Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, could we ask you please to take your seats? Please take your seats. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And welcome to the annual conference of the International Churchill Society in beautiful London. My name is Mitchell Reese, your chairman. Is there anywhere else you'd rather be this morning? I am delighted that we have set a record for attendance this year with more than 350 attendees. And of special note is that 100 people are attending the conference for their very first time, so a special welcome to you. The theme of this year's conference is celebrating legendary leadership, which could not be more appropriate given that this year marks the 150th anniversary of the birth of Sir Winston Churchill. We're delighted that you're here to help us observe this important occasion, as well as to celebrate our enduring mission to preserve and promote the legacy of Sir Winston and showcase his ongoing relevance to our world today and tomorrow. To do that, we have assembled an outstanding collection of foreign policy experts, historians, government officials, and politicians to discuss a variety of topics over the next few days. Our sessions today will be held here at the hotel. Our Saturday program will be at the Royal United Services Institute, or RUSI, which is opposite from number 10 Downing Street. Please be sure to visit the ICS floor at RUSI and see the beautiful and impressive bust of Sir Winston by the sculptor Paul Rafferty. This new partnership between ICS and RUSI is one of our greatest accomplishments this past year. It provides us with a prestigious venue in London for lectures and other educational programs, while allowing us to leverage RUSI's stable of international security experts and distinguished members. It complements our existing partnerships with George Washington University and America's National Churchill Museum at Westminster College. Before we get started today, I want to thank some very special people for helping to make this conference possible. First, I want to thank the members of the Churchill family who could be with us here today. Each of them is tireless in devoting their time and energies to ICS, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. I also want to thank somebody who has been working for the past year to make sure that every detail of the conference is a success. Please join me in thanking Tanya Franco. And finally, we are greatly indebted to our generous sponsors who have been so very supportive of our important work. Their names are in your programs, and I ask that you please join me in giving them a round of applause as well. We now have a brief video to show you the highlights of the past year. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to introduce the co-chairman of this conference, Mr. Derek Greenwell.
Good morning, everybody. Contrary to popular belief, I am standing. You can see me, can you? I've got from Tanya a crib sheet which I've got to impart before I start. You will have on your table note cards. If you have any questions, please fill them out and hold up the flag, the Union Jack flag that's on your table, and our student ambassadors will come and collect them. Please try not to move seats during the sessions and breaks, as there have been noted locations for people with dietary restrictions. And finally, tonight, please bring your picture identification to Lancaster House, as there is a security check before entering. While you're on the coach, please get your ID ready, as it will speed up the process. That's that done. Thank you very much, Mitchell, for the introduction. He's talking about passing the torch on to a new generation. I feel that's slightly odd, being I'm a lot older than Mitchell, but never mind. It's my privilege to be the co-chairman of this conference, along with my very good friend, Scott Johnson. I want to give you a very warm welcome also to those people who have never been to a Churchill conference before and who are not members. I trust that before the end, or even during the conference, you are so entranced and enthusiastic that you will want to queue up to join our fantastic society. Again, I would wish to endorse what Mitchell has said, to express our sincere thanks and gratitude for the outstanding generosity of our sponsors, without whom none of this would have happened. Thank you very much. The theme of our conference, as Mitchell said, is celebrating legendary leadership. The mission of our society is clearly set out in the panels and in your programme. The society has moved on since I joined over 30 years ago, when it was more of a membership club. We now seek to make it a relevant and a recognised society in today's world. There is not a day goes by when Churchill's name is not quoted or erroneously used for all kinds of purposes. Only last week, there was a programme on British television which used Churchill's name as an attraction to get people to watch it. It had absolutely nothing to do with Churchill. But it is a challenge that we take up with alacrity on both sides of the Atlantic and wherever Churchill's name is used. Now it falls upon me to introduce the first panel of distinguished speakers. You will see, ladies and gentlemen, that a chair has been removed because one of our speakers has not turned up yet. Pardon? Thank you, Lawrence. No, I'm not going to step into the breach. Oh, he's now here. Apologies. My apologies to him. It's the bright lights. It's shining off my head. I can't see. Anyway, so where was I with my original script? Basically, these people, I don't propose to spend time reading out their credentials. These people are all well known to us and are true Churchillians in every sense. I'm reminded of a time when I was a young aspiring lawyer appearing before a crusty old judge who literally shouted at me from his high judicial bench, "Mr. Greenwell, you're pushing at an open door. In other words, sit down and shut up." And this is what I propose to do now, and to hand over with great pleasure to Michael to Catherine and Tim. Thank you.
Brilliant. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a privilege it is for all of us to be here to start off this extraordinary conference in this most important anniversary year. Who would have thought that after 150 years, Winston Churchill would not simply still be relevant, but be in some respects more important than ever? Look around the world today, the one thing that we seem to lack everywhere is leadership. And that's why Winston Churchill is, and an analysis and understanding Winston Churchill is so important. I'm delighted that we have two fantastic authors, historians here on the panel today. First is Catherine, who has brought Churchill Citadel. I don't know whether you've read it. If you haven't, it is an astonishingly good read, and you must read it. A bestseller, Chartwell and the Gatherings Before the Storm. It's had all sorts of fantastic reviews from all sorts of wonderful people, including Tom Holland, including Zita Seltzer. There's somebody called Michael Dobbs on the back cover too, and a chap called Andrew Roberts, whoever he is. Tim Bouverie has written this fantastic book, Sunday Times bestseller, and Appeasing Hitler. He has been described as one of the most promising young historians to enter the scene for a very long time. That was Max Hastings. I and anybody who's read his books will entirely agree with that, and I hope that you're going to have a delightful start to this conference. It really is our honor to be able to help kick this off today. So let me start with you, Tim. Appeasing Hitler. It's a wonderful story of the 1930s, and you do it with such a personal touch. What brings out your history for me is the fact that it's not just politics, it's not just events, it's personalities, and the impact of personalities and people on politics. So this session is called, it's about the gathering storms, and I noticed the plural in it, which I suspect means not just the political, but also the personal. How low did Winston sink during the 1930s? How isolated was he from power and all that was going on?
Well, to understand quite how low Winston Churchill sank in the 1930s, you have to remember how high he rose beforehand. A man who'd held the posts of Home Secretary, Chancellor of the Exchequer, First Lord of the Admiralty at really quite young ages, and had this extraordinary career and this great personality, which had been transmitted to so many people through his journalism as well. But the quarrel with his party over India, beginning at the time of the formation of the national government in 1931, did seem to be terminal. And then there were other major crises in his political life in the 30s which dented his otherwise growing reputation within the Conservative Party and the country as a man who saw the German danger, spoke about the German danger, recognized the need for major rearmament, and they included things such as the abdication crisis, which I think even he would admit he got horribly wrong, and Baldwin got generally right. He wasn't seen to be on the right side, certainly for the left wing of political opinion, who wanted to build a broader coalition of opinion about rearmament in Germany on the Spanish Civil War. He was excluded continually, despite a growing recognition that there was a need for a minister to coordinate the defense services, a post which was created in 1936. And people thought it was going to go to Churchill because he was obviously the most qualified man in Parliament. He was the man who understood defense. He liked defense. He believed he understood defense better than his peers. But it's an indication of quite how distrusted he was by the Conservative leadership, by Stanley Baldwin and by Neville Chamberlain, that the post went to Sir Thomas Inskip, a man described by a contemporary journalist as a second-rate lawyer who had distinguished himself most in politics as a stalwart of the Protestant cause in the prayer book debates. And an appointment which caused the even then cliché to be deployed that it was the worst appointment since Caligula had appointed one of his horses a consul.
Tim, let me get back to, and just a brief word on this, because I want to go to Catherine. Is it fair to say that Churchill, by and large, was written off during the 30s as a political force?
I think a lot of people had written Churchill off as a political force. It goes up and down. There were campaigns to bring him back, and by the end of the 30s, there was a serious campaign to bring him back. But it wasn't just that Churchill was shown and proven to be right from the very beginning by the end of the 30s. It was also that any of his major rivals who could have taken on the anti-appeasement stance and then what was necessary, the firm resist Hitler, victory at all costs stance, fell away. If, for instance, Anthony Eden, who became Churchill's foreign secretary in the Second World War, had played a more robust and brave hand following his resignation from the cabinet in February of 1938, then it is entirely possible that it is Anthony Eden who becomes First Lord of the Admiralty in 1939 and the potential successor to Chamberlain. Churchill gets there a bit by default, as well as by his talents and foresight.
Catherine, let me turn to you. What was his lowest point, do you think, during this terrible period for him of rebuffs? And how did he sustain himself through this? I mean, this is a man who's not a young man anymore. He's in his 60s, and he's out of power. He's in his wilderness years, and yet somehow he found it within him to carry on. Now, this in itself is a sign of extraordinary strength, but also determination, possibly just simple bloody-mindedness. But how did he manage to carry on when all around him were turning their backs?
It's a very good question, because I think that most other people, given the force of opinion against him, could easily have relented. But he was so courageous in his belief that he was following the right path. In terms of the course of the 1930s, there were various low points. As Tim said, it ebbed and flowed. But I think for me, there's a time sort of late 1937, 1938, where as well as the accumulation of opinion in opposition to his regarding Nazi Germany, you've got the situation happening at Chartwell as well. So for anyone who hasn't been to Chartwell, do go. It's the Churchill's family's home for 40 years. And actually this year is 100 years since the family moved into Chartwell. Yeah. So it's a wonderful anniversary for that as well. But there's a point when he nearly has to sell Chartwell in the winter of 1937 to 38. And Chartwell had been such a source of comfort for him. One could argue it was the second love of his life. So he's also got this extraordinarily difficult situation in his personal life that he's having to deal with, as well as this grueling campaign that he's making for all these years. And the meetings that take place at Chartwell, which feature in Churchill's Citadel, show just how much he was fighting in order to have his voice be heard and have people to listen to him. But he needed this constant stream of information and intelligence that was coming to him at Chartwell.
Just give us a little flavour of the sort of people that came. I mean, some of them are in the book, but not everybody's in the book. I mean, what I've written about, one of his visitors at Chartwell was a chap called Guy Burgess, for instance. So they had a fascinating get-together. But that's not in your book. You have some extraordinary characters in your book. Einstein. Tell me, what did Churchill use those visitors for? Not just to fill time. He was always working on a plan.
Oh, absolutely. Well, if you were being invited to Chartwell at that point, you had one of two purposes. You were either someone from whom Winston Churchill wanted to glean insights and information, or you were someone that he wanted to bring round to his way of thinking, where there was value in him investing that time in getting his argument put across. One example that is an extraordinary one is a gentleman called Heinrich Brüning, who was the former Chancellor of Germany from 1930 to 1932. And he visits several times over the mid-1930s, able to bring intelligence from his allies still in Germany. He has long fled by the time that he's come to Chartwell. And he brings with him, for one of the visits, his former transport secretary from the Weimar government, who has fled Germany during the Night of the Long Knives, so the night of essentially a purge on Hitler's opponents in Germany. And he has SS officers turn up at his house when he's playing tennis in his garden, and he has to flee in his tennis kit and makes his way over to England. So the fact that you have these people coming to Chartwell able to offer first-hand accounts of what is going on in Germany, when a huge number of people in the establishment are still willing to have some sort of compromise with Germany in the vain hope of securing peace. But Churchill's got these people saying, just how atrocious the terror was that was playing out in Germany at that time.
Yeah. It's extraordinary, isn't it, how he really wanted as much first-hand experience as possible to inform his views. He wasn't a man who simply dealt with briefing papers. I mean, after all, he was the only cabinet minister in World War I to actually experience war at the front. And time and again, in his search for new personalities, new information, people would come to Chartwell. And yet, Tim, he had so much opposition. I mean, the Prime Minister, Baldwin, had turned his back on him. The Tory party turned his back on him. After the abdication, the royal family wasn't... even Hitler turned down an invitation to meet with Winston Churchill. And that narrowly happened. One wonders what would have happened had they met. That was in the 1920s, of course. But what would have happened if a photograph of Churchill holding out a hand and grasping Hitler's hand would have appeared at that time? It's extraordinary how fate sometimes gets in the way of these things. But how did he prepare for what was to come? He knew, I think, during the 1930s that the overwhelming part of his political life was going to be devoted to preventing Hitler and the oncoming war that he feared was going to become increasingly inevitable. What were his political and his policy approach to dealing with Hitler and stopping that war?
Churchill's broad policy approach was relatively straightforward and simple. It could be summed up in one word, which was rearmament. And there is an irony to this, which is that as Chancellor of the Exchequer in the 1920s, he had been at the forefront of cuts to the armed services, including his beloved Admiralty. But that was at the stage when nobody could conceive of Germany rising again, or certainly most people did not. And the theory that he had was not so much that Britain would develop such armed capabilities that they would be able to go in and impose a solution on Germany, but they would simply deter Hitler from starting a war. And this is an idea that did gradually become current, and Stanley Baldwin and indeed Neville Chamberlain, who put a lot of money into the RAF in the middle of the 1930s, they had this idea that we needed to build up the armed services, but particularly the RAF. And it wasn't at that stage the fighters, which were latterly then given huge priority by Churchill when he became Prime Minister, and that's what made the difference in the Battle of Britain, but it was bombers they wanted. They wanted to say that the only way of deterring Germany was to convince the Germans that we had a larger bomber fleet than them, and if they sent bombers to London, we could send a larger bombing fleet to Berlin. And that was what he kept on hammering away at. And the government recognized the difficulties, recognized some of the justice of Churchill's claim, because they were getting the same information and indeed better information than he was about the state of German rearmament, illegal German rearmament and secret German rearmament in the mid and early 1930s. But they suppressed this information. They suppressed it for two major reasons. They considered that rearmament was politically untenable, given the spirit of pacifism that existed within the country following the Great War. And they also believed that it was financially inviable, that Britain was only just by the mid-1930s coming out of the doldrums of the Great Depression. Neville Chamberlain was a conservative and orthodox chancellor who was dedicated to balancing the books, and a massive rearmament program was in danger of throwing off the recovery. There is also an irony of this, which is that if Churchill had completely got his way right at the beginning with the building of a massive air fleet, and the Second World War had broken out when it did in September 1939, then most of the aircraft which were deployed in the first few years of the war, which Britain had, would have been relatively obsolete. Britain actually gained an advantage by the fact that we began to rearm quite late. It meant that the Spitfires, Hurricanes, and other models were more technologically advanced than the German ones. We were catching up with the Germans, but we had superior technology. But that's only an irony in hindsight. The government did not know when war was going to break out. War could have broken out in September 1938. Indeed, it very nearly did break out in September 1938 at the time of the Munich crisis. And so it is a sort of ex post facto explanation to criticize Churchill for pressing the rearmament button or ringing the rearmament bells too early, because the government doesn't know when it's going to face a crisis, and it doesn't know when it needs to be prepared.
Hindsight is wonderful, isn't it? Catherine, we've talked about the domestic politics. Tim has just been going on about that. What about the international policy, diplomacy? Because he was very keen that Britain shouldn't be left alone. That was his worst scenario, being left alone against Hitler. And he used Chartwell as a wonderful opportunity to bring all sorts of people to him to explore those diplomatic links. I mean, he was very keen on links with France. He was very keen on links with the United States, for instance. Although I noticed in your book, one American that you mentioned coming to see him there was Joe Kennedy, who was scarcely a Churchill fan, who described Winston in his briefs back to Washington as being a drunk and as being an utterly useless man, and also described how wonderful Hitler was. Not a man to be to spend too much time and claret with. But talk about some of those international figures who came, because again, at a time when travel wasn't quite as easy as it is today, he sucked in all sorts of people and all sorts of information to inform his own views.
It was a combination of those who were already based in the UK, so diplomats, for example, but also those who were coming internationally, as you say. So one of the most extraordinary discoveries that I made was that the Chinese ambassador to London came to Chartwell just a couple of weeks before the outbreak of war. And to me, that's so incredible, because he then essentially becomes an intermediary between Churchill and Chiang Kai-shek. And one mustn't forget that in August 1939, Winston Churchill is still on the backbenches of Westminster. So it's so telling, exactly as Tim said, with the campaign gaining momentum as it did over 1939, that during that summer you had heads of government wanting Winston Churchill's ear. It was seen as so inevitable that his star would finally rise by that point. But much earlier in the decade as well, we've got the likes of Pierre Flandin, who was the former French Prime Minister, who comes to Chartwell bringing French intelligence of Germany's rates of rearmament. And then Winston Churchill uses those numbers that have been provided by the French and compares them with English estimates and spots the difference between the two and starts to make his case based on that deviation. So it's this huge array of information that is coming to Chartwell. And one of the most extraordinary is a gentleman called Ewald von Kleist-Schmenzen, who comes...
Say that again.
Yes, every time I had to write it in the book, it felt like I was taking an entire line on the name. So Kleist-Schmenzen comes because he essentially is representing dissident German generals. He wants some sort of written confirmation that if Germany were to invade Czechoslovakia, Britain would declare war. So that's what he's seeking. And Winston Churchill, who's making his case against the Nazis by that point for quite a few years, his first speech warning of a war mentality in Germany was November 1932. So by the late 30s, he is really one of the few people who's been making this case for a long time. And Kleist-Schmenzen goes to Chartwell, and Winston Churchill says, well, yes, I certainly think we should declare war if Germany invades Czechoslovakia, but I am just a backbench MP. But he nonetheless writes this letter, which Kleist-Schmenzen can take back to Germany. Meanwhile, Neville Chamberlain declares that he's heard of this man, but gathers that he's not to be trusted or taken seriously. So
I'll ask you a question I don't know the answer to, but do either of you know whether Winston ever actively became involved in any plots to oust Hitler? Did he encourage those who were trying to get rid of Hitler?
I'd say the letter written in support of Britain's declaration of war on Germany and the invasion of Czechoslovakia that I just mentioned. To me, that is probably the closest that it ever got to Churchill making that direct case, because that was essentially giving support to those German generals.
I mean, the front door of Chartwell was swinging backwards and forwards, and increasingly, as we got closer to war, he was invited, of course, back into the system of power in Westminster and in Whitehall too. Tim, Neville Chamberlain. I mean, at the end of the day, you mentioned all the other people who might have, who were important at that time and might have taken over from, or pushed Churchill to one side, but it was Neville Chamberlain at the end of the day who invited him back to be First Lord of the Admiralty. He opened the door to power to Winston Churchill, even though they were two totally different people and men of totally different political views. Churchill does, in some strange way, owe quite a lot to Neville Chamberlain and that opportunity that came his way, which was not inevitable, perhaps, at that time.
It wasn't inevitable, but I think it was very likely. After the German invasion of the rump of Czechoslovakia in March 1939, and the Munich Agreement had been shown to be a complete sham, the piece of paper was a great embarrassment, Churchill was shown to be right, and there was a large public campaign to bring him back into the government. There was a huge campaign which papers like the Daily Telegraph pushed to bring him back into the government before the declaration of war, and the idea that just the mere inclusion of Churchill in the cabinet would deter Hitler. Chamberlain rejected that because right up until the declaration of war, he had never quite given up hope that war could be avoided, and he thought that the inclusion of Churchill would be a signal to Hitler that the British had given up on any possibility of peace and that war therefore was completely inevitable. But I think he was pragmatic enough to realize, politically pragmatic enough to realize that once he'd become a war prime minister, very much not his forte. He had never fought in any war. He was too old, Neville Chamberlain, to fight in the First World War, and he'd never been a service minister, that it was politically indispensable to have this man in the cabinet as part of the team rather than outside, criticizing the whole time, and that this was a man with a serious amount of knowledge that could be useful. But the decision, and originally the idea was to give him a post in the war cabinet without a particular portfolio. That is to say, he wouldn't have had a department to run. And then Chamberlain and others thought about it, and they said, if we give Winston just free rein to interfere in everything, none of us will get anything done. So much better to give him a department which he can really get his teeth stuck into, and we'll give him the Admiralty, and then hopefully he won't interfere in everything else. He managed to get his teeth stuck into the Admiralty and interfere in everything else.
Is it the fact that when he came back to the Admiralty, he opened the chart on the wall that he had left during the First World War after Gallipoli, and it was still the same? Nothing had changed in all those years?
Yeah,
it's extraordinary. Let me, his relationship with Neville Chamberlain has always been, for me, an extraordinary mark of Winston's capacity for bringing people back together, for forgiveness and bringing people back together. I mean, when Chamberlain died very shortly after the outbreak of World War II, or 1940, after Winston had become Prime Minister, he made the most glorious eulogy to Neville Chamberlain, his old adversary, the man who had tried to put him down, the man who'd plotted, if not directly, at least indirectly through his acolytes, actually to throw Winston out of the Tory party, out of his constituency, and get rid of him once and for all, because of his apparent disloyalty to the Prime Minister. The idea of Neville Chamberlain being a weak man, of course, is not accurate. He was a very effective and very domineering leader at the centre. And it's important to remember too, and this is just how far that, Winston didn't always hit the tune that was popular at the time. Appeasement was not, it's deemed today to be a policy of great weakness, but of course at the time it was deemed to be a policy of great strength. It was a great principle, and indeed it was hugely popular, and that became embodied in Neville Chamberlain, who was the messiah of peace at that time for a period. I mean, the pressures on Winston, even right up as late as 1938 were huge. So let me take you back a little bit, because I want to ask you about Winston himself, his character. Very complex character, not always an easy man. You don't become a great leader unless you are driven, and in fact, unless you're obsessive. And Churchill himself has written about his black dogs, his times when he was emotionally and perhaps even mentally, distracted or disturbed. How did he deal with those personal pressures when he was so isolated? Who did he lean on? What did he himself do to give himself inner strength?
In my opinion, his family, and particularly Clementine, were a great source of comfort. He was also hugely reliant on the wider sort of team at Chartwell, I would argue. Those wonderful secretaries who would work till 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning on whatever he was working on, whether it was the Marlborough biography, whether it was speeches, articles. He was very fortunate to have a very dedicated group of people, whose lives orbited around Chartwell just as much as the Churchills who were supporting him. In terms of sort of mechanisms that he used to cope with that pressure, undoubtedly the fact that he had a number of pastimes in which he could fully immerse himself and lose himself into them, whether it be painting, whether it be bricklaying. To me, they were almost like antidotes to the strain and the pressure and the frustration of what was going on in the 1930s. And there's a really interesting correlation where you can look broadly at his artistry and the output goes up during moments of frustration in his life. You can almost sort of plot it on a graph. So without a doubt, that was a huge part of it as well. But I think just his own absolute certainty that he was right and that incredible courage is, in my opinion, what sort of fueled him through that extraordinarily difficult decade for him.
I agree with you about the painting. It is astonishing. I mean, he had his approach to painting, which was almost like his approach to politics. He threw himself at it, and his extraordinary canvases would often be finished within 3 or 4 hours. I must say, I've just written a little play about it, which I'm going to give to you, about Winston and his relationship to painting, which I think was absolutely profound. I think that without his painting, and I think after Gallipoli, I think Clemmy said that she feared that he might even die of grief, and painting was what he went to, what he invented and brought into his life in order to take himself out of the miseries of reality so that he could use his mind and his imagination. I think it's hugely important to him, and without his family and without his painting, I think it might have been a very different story. But Tim, what about his personal life, his character?
Well, I think the painting was taking up a lot of time, possibly taking even more hours, and I'm sure the painting was a greater solace, was his writing, and in particular the life of his ancestor, John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough. And some of you are going to go to Blenheim this weekend. I think that kept him busy. It was helping to pay the bills, but it was also inspiring. This was, he could see himself as a latter-day Marlborough who was trying to rally the forces of Europe against a new hegemonic power. In the late 17th century, early 18th century, it was Louis XIV, the Sun King. In the 1930s, it was Hitler. And I think that this was, he saw a historical parallel here. And that is, I think, one of the things also which shows one of the many quirks about Churchill, one of the things that makes him stand out. In so many ways, Churchill is a quintessential conservative, and in so many ways he absolutely is not. And one of those is that, as many of you will know, he was the archetypal or the most extreme anti-Bolshevik within the Conservative Party, anti-communist in the late 1920s and 1930s. And that was something he actually had in common with most of his party and with Neville Chamberlain and Lord Halifax. But unlike them, who had not made quite incendiary speeches about wanting to go and destroy the foul baboonery of Bolshevism or to strangle the Bolshevik revolution at birth, as Churchill did, they maintained their anti-communism to the extent of not wanting to have anything to do with the Soviet Union in the 1930s, whereas Churchill realized that in order to deter Hitler and possibly to defeat Hitler, Britain would have to come to some sort of agreement with the Soviet Union. And that was a major compromise, a very practical, pragmatic, political compromise he made. And one of the most important visitors he had, which is in Catherine's book, is the Soviet ambassador Ivan Maisky, who he developed a close relationship with in the 30s and then continued into power. So I think, and that also links back to what is keeping him going, which is the Marlborough years, the writing. Britain was never and has never been able to impose its will on the continent of Europe as a single player. Britain has been able to defend herself as an island through the Royal Navy, but any time Britain has tried to achieve anything in battle on the continent of Europe, it has been necessarily part of a coalition. This is how the wars were fought in the late 17th century, in the early 18th century. That is how Napoleon was defeated. That is how the Kaiser was defeated. And that is how Hitler was defeated. And Churchill, so the other major string to Churchill's political campaign in the 1930s is rearmament on the one hand and coalition building, allies, European in particular, on the other.
You remind me that the first time that I was really switched on by a fascination with the unknown Winston. By the unknown Winston is not just the bulldog approach. I mean, Paul Rafferty's, you've seen Paul Rafferty's, or you will see Paul Rafferty's wonderful bust of Winston. But I was fascinated. I mean, last year we had the privilege of going down to the south of France to unveil that extraordinary sculpture of Winston, the artist, in the south of France. And it depicts a man who didn't simply have all the answers with the bulldog approach. He really had to work hard to unravel the mystery of politics at that time. And he tried things which sometimes didn't work, but he knew that he had to get to the core of it. And throughout these 30s, it seems to me that although we've talked about how the ebb and flow of the tide was pretty ferocious, and there were extraordinarily low points for him, still he had the resources and the friends to help him get through. Is there a turning point in all of this where Winston when Munich happens, Neville Chamberlain flies off, does a deal with Hitler, comes back, Winston is left out of it. He's no part of this. He's just seen everything that he's worked for, he thinks, thrown away. He's at his lowest ebb, alone in Chartwell, and yet, just a little later, a year later, he's now running, or back right in the middle. What was the turning point? What was the moment that changed Churchill's life? Catherine.
So I think when public opinion started to dramatically turn in his favour, that was a huge moment. And one of the visitors in Churchill's citadel is a journalist who is the editor of Picture Post magazine, who comes to Chartwell because he has himself been imprisoned in Germany. He's a Hungarian citizen, but he's run the Munich Illustrated Press, and he is then flees from Germany after his release, being a Hungarian citizen, gets released, comes to England, wants to back Churchill. And actually, Churchill credits Stefan Laurent as one of the main reasons that public opinion turned in his favour, and therefore there was a point when he was appointed in 1940. So for me, being given that platform at last to reach the masses is the turning point, I would say.
The shine came off the Munich Agreement extremely quickly, from incredible adulation. Crowds down the Mall, people talking about a snap general election at which the few Tory opponents of Munich were going to be deselected or routed, Chamberlain being talked about as an angel of peace, the King and Queen bringing him onto the balcony, an extraordinarily unconstitutional act. But I'm completely serious. The only time a Prime Minister's ever been taken onto the balcony other than that was Winston Churchill at the end of the Second World War, and that is a war which 99% of the country had taken part in or supported, so it was not divisive, whereas Munich was a political agreement which an awful lot of people in the country thought to be deeply shameful. But the shine came off long before Hitler tore up the Munich Agreement and marched into the rump of Czechoslovakia in March 1939. People quickly realized that although they were relieved that war had been avoided, this was not a victory. This was something that had been gained by Hitler at the point of a gun. It was international blackmail, and the temper of the Nazi regime was becoming more obvious as the days went by. And it was, I think, Kristallnacht in the major pogrom against the German Jews in November 1938, which caused a real international storm and an outcry in this country. And members of the Conservative Party and members of the conservative press in this country who had always sought to defend Hitler and to defend German policy, or at least say it was none of our business, suddenly said, we can't do business with these people. And the people who had been warning of the German danger, most notably Churchill, suddenly were seen in a very good light. So I think by the beginning of 1939, he is already seen as the obvious candidate who would pursue a different foreign policy.
It is astonishing that the day that Chamberlain was spending his time being cheered by crowds, having come back from Munich, Churchill spent the day on his own at Chartwell with Guy Burgess, Stalin's greatest spy. That's just how far the tide had turned against him. But look, the tide has turned against us. We're out of time. I want to thank you both for your wonderful introduction to this conference. Thank you for being such stars on this stage. And I want to thank you all for being here to welcome 150th anniversary of the greatest Briton who ever lived. Thank you. Thank you. There.
Has anybody got any questions that they want to ask our... yeah, if you... there's a flag up there. Yeah.
Should I just speak it?
I think if...
We have a microphone, if that helps.
Oh, right. There's a flag there.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, if you can, we can hear, or have we got a roving mic?
They need to write it down.
Okay.
My question is, how could Chamberlain justify his position before World War II, considering what Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf, Hitler's actions in Germany, the battles he was doing, the troops he raised, all that? I know that they were upset, Brits were upset because of World War I and what it did. But how did Chamberlain really justify appeasement, considering all Hitler's written about and done? His own honor to the people.
Tim?
Alfred Duff Cooper, who resigned over the Munich Agreement from the British government, the only person to resign at cabinet level, said of Neville Chamberlain later, the problem with Neville Chamberlain is he never met anyone in Birmingham who was in the least like Adolf Hitler. And that is true. There is no one in Birmingham like Adolf Hitler. There was a serious failure of imagination. Churchill has this extraordinarily verdant imagination, and was it not that it took a lot of imagination, but Chamberlain just wasn't able to take what everyone else or most other people could see seriously. Hitler keeps on saying that he is a man of peace. It all comes down to your judgment of whether or not Hitler could be trusted. Hitler says that all he wants is parity of arms with the other great powers, and then he says he wants the Rhineland. Then he goes into the Rhineland, and after he's gone into the Rhineland, he says he has no interest in Austria. After he goes into Austria, he says no interest in Czechoslovakia. It goes on and on. If Hitler was telling the truth in 1938, and he said that all he wanted, he kept on repeating this, his last territorial demand was that western fringe of Czechoslovakia, which included 3.25 million German speakers, then the policy of appeasement was probably right, because however unjust it would have been to those members of that part of Czechoslovakia that did not want to be part of the German Reich, it was better that this part of Czechoslovakia was given to Germany than that there should be another major European war, if that was his last territorial demand. But of course it wasn't, and there were a lot of people warning that it was not going to be his last territorial demand. So I think Chamberlain allowed an element of vanity, he was a very vain man, to creep into his negotiations with Hitler. And when he met Hitler 3 times, he came back each time and told the cabinet that he did not believe that this man, who he had been treating with in Munich, would ever break his word to him. It was a serious, serious error of judgment.
So I think that what's easy to forget as well is the amount of press support in Britain of Adolf Hitler's policies of territorial expansion in the earlier 1930s. So, for example, the Anschluss with Austria, there's press coverage at that time saying that the crowds were jubilant when troops entered Vienna. So Hitler is also reflecting on that and saying that there's communities who want this to happen, exactly as you say. So, and there is just this blind hope in the avoidance of another global conflict that he, as Tim said, is to be trusted. But it is also exacerbated by a lot of the press's narratives around that exactly territorial expansion as well.
Derek.
I have a question to you, Tim. During the 1930s, appeasement was viewed by many as a valid foreign policy. Do you know of any instance between 1935 and 1939 when appeasement caused a potential aggressor to back down?
No, appeasement doesn't cause appeasement never causes somebody to back down. It may literally appease a situation, possibly for a long time, possibly for a short time. Appeasement a priori is not an inconceivable or an immoral foreign policy. Churchill himself said in Parliament, I think in 1954, that appeasement from strength is magnanimous and great. It is appeasement from weakness, and when you are continually giving in to blackmail, as the democracies, the Western democracies were having to do in the 1930s, that caused a problem. There was... It never caused an aggressor to back down, but there is certainly an argument to say that what was de facto appeasement of the Spanish dictator Francisco Franco, of the British and the French policy of non-intervention in the Spanish Civil War, when there was massive intervention by the Germans and the Italians, it could be argued that that prevented the Spanish Civil War from growing into a European war at that time. So that was an element of appeasement. It doomed the Republicans in the Spanish Civil War, but it couldn't be said it caused an aggressor to back down. It allowed an aggressor, a fascist, to win.
Scratching the chin of a crocodile and hoping that it will smile at you. Yes.
A short, sharp question. What lessons from this period are relevant to today's situation?
Oh, short. Well,
You've got 5.
Dude.
We're putting the clock on that one, I think.
I mean, the whole conference is going to be about that to a certain extent. Did you want to have a go at that one, Catherine?
Yes. So I remember when I was researching Churchill Citadel, there was one point when I was researching the moment when Adolf Hitler marshalled his troops on the border with Czechoslovakia in a sort of slightly strange trial run where he was wanting to sort of test the water of the international response to what could be perceived as, you know, with the preceding moment before an act of aggression. It was May 1938, I think. And at the same time, literally as I was researching that, Vladimir Putin was marshalling his troops on the border with Ukraine. So there was this astonishing comparison playing out. And I remember at the time, a lot of the sort of response was quite hopeful on the sort of geopolitical scene of, yes, he's doing that, but nothing's actually happened yet. And it felt astonishingly similar to this moment, like I said, where there was this strange trial run on the border of Czechoslovakia, and Czechoslovakia started to implement conscription at this point, and then actually an invasion didn't take place, and everyone went, oh, phew. And there was just such relief that it hadn't manifested. It is just this absolute, at all costs, preservation of peace, completely blind to the fact that if someone is an international aggressor, and in the case of Ukraine, of course, it's the Crimea as the precedent. So there's, particularly in that theatre, countless parallels, unfortunately.
Absolutely huge question. 3 very, very quick answers. 3 reasons. What can we learn from this period for today? 1, recognize the world as it is, not as we would wish it to be. Vladimir Putin did not leave much to the imagination as to his intent or the character of his regime for many years before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And if the West had begun to resist or give it an indication that they were prepared to resist and not going to continually appease the Putin regime, then policy could be slightly different. To maintain armaments otherwise you are negotiating with an empty wallet. And 3, to maintain and to cultivate alliances. And in the West, that means NATO, it means the European Union, it means the transatlantic alliance, it means maintaining a strong alliance between Britain and the United States and not having the United States retreat into isolationism.
We have James Cleverly. Yes. We have James Cleverly a little later on today, and I'm sure that he's going to have some fantastic insights into his view of politics, current politics, and the connection with Churchill. Although I would say, from my own point of view, from the inside of Westminster, the one thing I'm so glad that Winston Churchill never had was a mobile phone. It has transformed politics, and almost none of it for the better.
A question here. Churchill's extra-official contacts with British civil servants and foreign figures seem like they would be both illegal and scandalous today. How was he able to get away with it, and how were his contacts able to do so?
So in terms of those coming to Chartwell, it's worth bearing in mind he's not in the government at this point, he's not a minister. This is an individual having visitors come to his home, and if they happen to be bringing brown paper envelopes with information, then all the better for Churchill. But yes, it's the fact that he's not in the government at that point, and it's a private residence, it's a private location. There aren't minutes of these meetings, for example. They're often done around the dining room table till 10 at night, 11 at night, 12 at night. So it is the fact that it is an informal private setting, and he is not in the government at that point. But yes, there is extraordinary information being brought here, and actually it's more the case that the individuals bringing them are the ones putting their necks on the line, whether they are in the UK civil service. There's a number of them, for example, Rafe Wigram, famously. He's one of them, but also internationally information coming to him. But it's all happening behind the closed doors of a private house, so it's just conversation over dinner.
He was really a little wicked, though, wasn't he, with some of these things that he was doing at Chartwell?
How so?
Wicked? In the sense that he was getting information which was really privileged and privileged beyond his...
He was a Privy Councillor. I think as a Privy Councillor you are allowed and you can receive information, but it's certainly information that was embarrassing to the government because it was not... He was then making it public. It's what he chose to do with it was definitely not government approved, but whether or not he was actually breaking the Official Secrets Act by receipt, or people were breaking the Official Secrets Act by giving him this information is slightly up for debate, because I think under being a Privy Councillor you are allowed to see certain papers.
I think we have time for just one more question. To what extent did the threat to the Jewish community in Germany play a role in Churchill's calculations?
Oh, without question, in my opinion. So the first visitor in my book, chapter 1, is Albert Einstein, who visits in July 1933. So an astonishing moment to these two icons of the 20th century. But there's a reason for his visit, and the reason being is that he has fled Germany by that point because of the laws playing out in Germany prohibiting German Jewish citizens from holding certain roles, including academic. And so the fact that he can then come to Churchill as early as July 1933, demonstrating anti-Semitism playing out in Germany and bring his first-hand accounts. You know, his book is being burned in piles of books of Jewish academics. You know, it's extraordinary. And this then is being brought directly to Chartwell. So from as early as then, he is being made very, very aware of the impact of anti-Semitism in Germany and keen to oppose it and fight it.
I completely agree. Churchill is unusual in the firmament of British politics and society of the 1930s in being a philo-Semite. There is a strain of anti-Semitism within British high society in the 1930s. We shouldn't exaggerate it. The British Union of Fascists got absolutely nowhere by trying to beat the anti-Semitic drum, and people who would make what we would now rightly regard as completely vile and objectionable jokes about Jews were nevertheless horrified by what was happening in Germany. But Churchill wasn't even part of the people who had what we might call a social or a snobbish prejudice against Jews. He was a supporter of the Jewish community, he was a Zionist, and he saw the link between which most other people didn't, between the persecution of the Jews, the internal situation in Germany, and what this highly aggressive militaristic regime could do to the wider world. He was able to see a link between domestic German beastliness and foreign policy aggrandizement. And that was the combination that caused him to start beating the drums for rearmament.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Michael, Catherine and Tim, very much. Thank you very much. And bang on time as well. Thank you.
I was standing at the back of the room while they were... I was feeling all the time in my face.
It always gets the
Well, good morning, conference. Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the next session of this morning's academic sessions, Churchill and his political rivals. We have three excellent speakers on this panel this morning. We have John Bew, who is Professor of History and Foreign Policy at King's College London. And John also joined the number 10 policy unit in 2019, ending at the change of government, I think, in July this year, serving all of the Prime Ministers between 2019 and 2024, which is a list far too long for me to read out this morning. I don't know whether you can remember them all, John, but yes. We also have Sir David Cannadine, author and historian, and David is obviously a long-standing friend, board member of ICS, Professor of History at Princeton and visiting Professor at Oxford, knighted for his services to scholarship in 2009. And we also have David Reynolds. David, Emeritus Professor of International History at Cambridge, a former winner of the Wilson History Prize in 2005, and a great asset to many of the advisory boards associated with World War I and World War II, and especially his work helping the Imperial War Museum in recent years. His recent book is very apt for this morning's session, Mirrors of Greatness, Churchill and the leaders who shaped him. and it was voted the Telegraph's best history book in 2023. And he's also, I think, David, you're running a podcast called Creating Churchill, which I'm sure everyone can look up in the usual platforms, so that'll be very interesting for me to catch up with as well. All of our speakers' biographies today are available on your programme using the QR code. So if you want the full biographies, they are all there with links if you scan the QR code in the programme. And as with the previous session, if you do have questions, fill out the card, raise the flag, one of the team will come and collect them, and we'll read those out at the end. So without further ado, Churchill and his political rivals.
Thank you very much, Scott. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me okay? Yes. Perfect, excellent. So thank you for that kind introduction, which means I will not introduce the panel at any great length. Just to say, a number of years ago, I appeared at this conference in New York and sat on the stage with my father, who'd written a book on Churchill in Ireland, and it was the only time I sat with my father at any sort of public forum. But I'm actually here with my intellectual fathers, including someone who taught me at university, so that feels more opposite. And secondly, this is my second public event since I left government, just actually 2.5 weeks ago. The other one was, of course, with Andrew Roberts, a colleague of mine, also at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. So I've had a very Churchill-heavy couple of weeks, and it's a delight to be in front of you. I will begin by a ferocious abuse of the chair's prerogative in this discussion and talk to you about Churchill and Clement Atlee, and then I will hand over to the two Davids. First of all, David Cannadine, who's going to talk about Churchill and Chamberlain, and then David Reynolds, who's going to expand our horizons even further and talk about Churchill and some of his international rivals, including Mahatma Gandhi. But let me begin with Clement Atlee and Churchill, because it's a relationship that Atlee, and as Atlee's biographer, I can attest to this, regarded as absolutely crucial to the formation of 20th century Britain in ways that we still live with today, and I think is a really fascinating story. And it's one that goes right back to Clement Atlee's political formation as someone at Haileybury School who was born into a sentimental British imperialist family with a left-leaning liberal father and backdrop, but someone who, in terms of his first familiarization with Winston Churchill, it came about through Churchill's dispatches from the Boer War, in which Atlee, as a school child, regarded Winston as a great roving hero, reporter, man of war, man of imperial spirit, and also through Winston Churchill's early work on social reform, which Atlee kept a copy of, read, reflected on as he involved himself also in social works in the East End of London. And here's a sort of fundamental thing that Atlee and Churchill shared in that early formation. One is a sense of attachment to Britain and Britain's place in the world as a great mission and project, which both of them were deeply proud of. They veered very, very far apart from each other in their later career in terms of their view on empire, and Atlee regarded it as his crowning achievement to turn the empire into a commonwealth, as messy and vexed and challenging as that situation was, and they became deeply divided over it at the end of their careers. But they shared this fundamental view, which is very important to their view of the domestic polity as well, which is this great empire could mean nothing if it couldn't literally flush the toilets in the East End of London, in the heart of its own metropolis. And the social condition of those in England had to match up to the story of the empire as well. So that's an early association of the two. And then the way in which they bump into each other and experience each other's lives, if you like, in Atlee's view, a much more humble view, living through glimpses of Winston Churchill thereafter is really quite fascinating. Atlee was at the Battle of Sydney Street in Churchill's period as Home Secretary. Famous incident in the East End of London when Atlee was embroiled or invested in local socialist politics in 1911. He saw Churchill famously turn up and try and accost or refuse to send in the fire brigade to deal with the situation involving three burglars of Latvian origin, crooks and criminals in Churchill's view. Atlee stood by and watched Churchill as Home Secretary in his top hat and cane reflect on this. Atlee working in the street politics, Churchill working the national politics. And most consequential of all, Atlee split from his brother in 1914 over his support for Britain's involvement in the First World War. Atlee's brother, a pacifist. Atlee himself, someone who rose to the rank of major, who went out of his way, even though he was too old to make that initial first draft, to acquire a regiment, and who was carried off the battlefield 3 times in the First World War. But most crucially of all, Atlee was the last man off Solway Bay in the Gallipoli campaign, and always regarded Churchill as having got the strategic idea right, rather than sending men to the meat grinder of the Western Front, and regarded it as a failure of generalship and a failure of logistics and a failure of delivery rather than a failure of strategy. And that association, that view that Churchill understood strategy, grand strategy, the fundamentals of war, was something that actually was vital thereafter. Now, they bump into each other many times thereafter, as Atlee has a rather plodding, steady, but progressively more important career in the Labour Party. Atlee also regarded Churchill as the most disastrous Chancellor of the Exchequer in British history. Perhaps others may have taken that crown thereafter, but in 1925, that was his view of Churchill. And of course, they come together again, most crucially over appeasement. Atlee arrives in the same position later than Churchill, and there's a pincer movement on left and right against the appeasers, and that is captured above all by the wonderful cartoon of David Lowe of Atlee and his Labour members marching in, all behind you, Winston, in 1940. And that relationship is absolutely fundamental to Britain's war effort thereafter. Attlee's loyalty as Lord Privy Seal, then Deputy Prime Minister, is absolutely crucial, but it's also crucial not at the moments, and here is Attlee's relationship with Churchill very, very vividly in the Second World War, the moments when Churchill's having the worst phase of the war, the first year and a half, the first 18 months of the war, the moment at which his friends and partners and most close allies are circling around him, at which the generals are most angry at Churchill, is the moment that Atlee lends his greatest loyalty and backing. It's when Churchill, really from 1942, is on a high, and others are rowing in behind, and that Atlee begins to sit on the other side of the scale. So that equilibrium in the wartime coalition, I think Atlee deserves a lot of credit for. And of course, in 1945, he trounces Churchill, much to Attlee's surprise, much to Churchill's horror thereafter. And they maintain a relationship from that point that turns a little bit bitter in 1945, when Churchill suggests the Labour government will mean a Gestapo-like government in Britain. Atlee is hurt and offended by that, but they maintain this relationship. They maintain a fundamental assumption of what Britain is in the world, bar this divergence over empire, strong support for the special relationship, a strong support for NATO and the United Nations thereafter. And crucially, Atlee, in terms of understanding of Churchill, regards it as the privilege of his life to have worked with him over this time, to the extent that he carries his coffin later in life. He also recalls brilliantly sitting with Churchill, both of them old men, their wives also very close, in later years, when Churchill was sometimes using an ear trumpet and could not hear a word that Atlee said. And Atlee joked, of course, this was ideal for Winston, but he was entirely on transmit. And in famous, I'll end with this, Atlee has, I think, what is the most vivid and excellent description of Churchill as a historical layer cake. He said Winston had a 16th century layer, a 17th century layer, an 18th century layer, a 19th century layer, and just about a 20th century layer as well in that period of time. And that does capture something about Churchill and Atlee. And just as a final addendum to that, before I hand over to my other much more capable colleagues, Churchill himself is often described with these nasty comments about Atlee, but ultimately he viewed him as a great patriot, and he warned others that while he was allowed to criticize Atlee, that was not a gift. He was willing to give other people around him. Mr. Atlee is a great patriot, he said. On that note, I'll move over to Chamberlain and let the first of the two Davids some time in the microphone.
Well, we should applaud John first, I think. Good morning, everyone. A footnote to what John has just said, of course. On Churchill's 80th birthday, when there are the grand celebrations in Westminster Hall, it's Atlee, as leader of the opposition, who actually speaks very glowingly about Churchill, leaders of political parties got on rather better in those days than perhaps they do now. And he does on that occasion say that the Dardanelles was the most brilliant strategic concept and it wasn't Churchill's fault that it went wrong. Churchill, of course, in reply makes a marvellous speech where he says, Mr. Atlee and I have occupied this senior and most disputatious office under the Crown for 15 years. There are no former prime ministers alive, it's just us two, and then he adds rather beautifully, it is not, however, intended to make this a permanent feature of the British Constitution. And so to Neville Chamberlain. It's an apocryphal story. Many of the best quotes about Churchill were made up by other people, but quite a few of them were made up by himself as well. Anyway, here's one of them. History will not be kind to Neville Chamberlain, I know, because I'm going to write it. Well, it's not altogether clear whether he said that. And one of the reasons it's not altogether clear whether he said that is because when Churchill actually came to write history, his history of the Second World War, he actually was rather kind to Neville Chamberlain. It doesn't turn out at all that way. And I'll come at the end to the marvellous eulogy already mentioned that Churchill gives about Chamberlain in November 1940, and very briefly touch on how he then treated him in his history of the Second World War. It's rather surprising in a way that Churchill was actually kind to Chamberlain because Churchill and Chamberlain did come from very different worlds, as has already been mentioned in the earlier session. Churchill was aristocratic, liked plutocratic company. He didn't really understand the middle class. He didn't really understand any city in Britain except London. He certainly didn't understand the suburbs, even though he represented Manchester and Dundee at different times in his career. It was said of him he had never set foot in a shop, and on the one occasion he went on the Underground, he got on the Circle line and kept going round and round and round because he had no idea when to get off. His understanding of the lives of ordinary people, both the middle class and the working class, was astonishingly limited. Neville Chamberlain was a very different figure. He was a businessman. He came who worked to make money in Birmingham and was associated with a set of metallurgical industries. He was interested in local government. He lived in the poshest suburb of Birmingham, in Edgbaston, but it was still very much a suburb. He was interested in social reform in a considerable and detailed way. He was Lord Mayor of Birmingham from 1915 to 1916, of whom it was said that he was a good mayor of Birmingham in a lean year. And it was also said of him that he looked at world affairs through the wrong end of a municipal drainpipe. So Churchill and Chamberlain were indeed very different people. Churchill was incredibly spontaneous, warm-hearted. Chamberlain was cold, and people very often didn't like him. Churchill took a sort of broad brush view of the world, both, as it were, in his paintings, but also in his politics. Neville Chamberlain was interested in detail and getting the business right. Churchill had very considerable experience of war, as we heard earlier on. Chamberlain didn't and didn't really like war. Churchill was in many ways a cavalier. Neville Chamberlain was, I think, in some ways a roundhead. Now, there had, of course, been a connection earlier on. Lord Randolph Churchill, Winston's father, and Joseph Chamberlain, Neville's father, had been the two most disruptive forces in politics in Britain in the 1880s. Churchill and Joseph Chamberlain overlapped in the House of Commons in the 1900s, and Churchill wrote a famous essay on him, which he republished in Great Contemporaries. And of course, from the time that Churchill arrived in Parliament, he and Neville's elder brother Austin were both MPs together. But nevertheless, Neville Chamberlain and Winston Churchill really hardly knew each other at all. Neville did not get into Parliament until 1918, at the age of 49, and he began to make a reputation between 1922 and 1924 when Churchill was out of Parliament. As Postmaster General and Minister of Health in Bonar Law's short-lived administration, and then as Chancellor of the Exchequer in Baldwin's administration. But Churchill and Neville Chamberlain really only come together between 1924 and 1929, when they were both in Parliament and both in Stanley Baldwin's government, his second administration. Neville as Minister of Health, Churchill as Chancellor of the Exchequer. And in some ways, they worked together very effectively as a team, collaborating on things like the reform of pensions in 1925 and a certain amount of reform of the rating system in 1928. And they were the two dominant domestic figures in the government, rather as in earlier times Churchill and Lloyd George had been in Asquith's administration. And Chamberlain certainly had some admiration for Churchill. He has no equal in the House of Commons. Chamberlain greatly admired Churchill's capacity to perform at a very high level there. He was, Chamberlain thought, a man of real genius. But that was only part of the story in terms of Chamberlain's view of Churchill, and it was not the preponderant part of the story. Here are some other quotations from Neville Chamberlain during this period when they were working together and cabinet colleagues in the Baldwin government. He has nothing worked out, but gets so enamored with his ideas that he won't listen to difficulties or wait until plans have been made to get over them. His part is to brush in broad splashes of paint with highlights and deep shadows. Accuracy of drawing is beyond his ken. There is too deep a difference between our natures for me to feel at home with him or regard him with affection. He is like a wayward child who compels admiration, but who wears out his guardians with the constant strain he puts upon them. And if you don't believe Chamberlain on that, read Alan Brooke's diaries. Alan Brooke, of course, being one of Churchill's guardians, and it's a long account of the fact Alan Brooke wouldn't have missed working with Churchill for anything, but to talk about constant strain was certainly an understatement. Churchill always needed to be managed, and Neville Chamberlain was right on that, and the two best people at managing Churchill were Alan Brooke during the Second World War and, of course, Clementine during their marriage. Clementine had a huge amount to put up with. And so to 1929 to 39, where what we see is these differences of temperament, these different approaches to politics and to administration, accentuated by political differences. Neville Chamberlain was Chancellor of the Exchequer from 1931 to 1937, carries tariff reform as an act of pious homage to his father, reforms various arrangements with regard to unemployment, and also, though this is often forgotten, begins to increase spending on defence from 1935. And of course, he was Prime Minister from 1937 through to 1940. Churchill out of office for the whole of that period, his wilderness years. He and Chamberlain certainly disagreed over India, and they certainly disagreed over the abdication. Neville's view being the widespread view, Churchill has got it wrong again. Edward VIII would have been a disaster as monarch. George VI would do it a lot better. And Neville took the general view in the 1930s, justified, of course, by Churchill's long and futile campaign against the Government of India Bill and his support for Edward VIII over the abdication. Neville took the standard view of Churchill, for which there was an enormous amount of justification, that he was absolutely brilliant, but he had no judgment, and that in that he was exactly like his father. And certainly it's the case that Neville Chamberlain bears much of the responsibility, along with Stanley Baldwin, for keeping Churchill out of government from 1929 or at least 1931 onwards, and indeed was behind the move to get Churchill deselected in 1937, 1938, and goodness knows where we would be today if that had succeeded. And interestingly, by 1936 and early 1937, Winston was much closer to Austin Chamberlain than he was to Neville, because Austin too had begun to worry seriously about Germany. There was then, and Timmy has talked about this already this morning, a big falling out in 1938 in the aftermath of the Anschluss, the union with Austria, and of course the Munich settlement, which unravelled pretty soon after. And as has been mentioned this morning, Chamberlain begins very rapidly to lose public support by early 1939. There's a very interesting story, not widely known, about Churchill in early 1939. There was an attempt to get him elected a Fellow of the British Academy, the national body for the humanities and social sciences, in recognition of his biography of Marlborough. And a letter goes out from the then President H.A.L. Fisher, another historian, to Churchill in early 1939, saying, "Dear Mr. Churchill, we would love to elect you a Fellow of the British Academy." And Churchill says, "I am deeply sensible of the honour you have done me, but I really must say no, because I have the feeling I may be rather busy later this year." In any event, as Neville Chamberlain's reputation goes down and as Churchill's reputation goes up, we reach, of course, the climax of Churchill's career as he returns, first of all, to Chamberlain's government and subsequently forms his own government. So in September 1939, Churchill goes back to the Admiralty. He's publicly enormously loyal to Chamberlain for the next few months, but he behaves exactly in the way that Chamberlain had often said back in the 1920s. A great liking for publicity and for exaggerating good stories to make them even better, the sense that he actually rather enjoyed war in a way that Neville Chamberlain certainly didn't. And then, of course, comes the almost catastrophic campaign, the Norwegian campaign, in the spring of 1940, where Churchill, as First Lord of the Admiralty, orders the mining of Norwegian waters to stop iron ore shipments to Germany. And it is, of course, a fiasco, a complete fiasco. It's the Dardanelles all over again. And a lot of people noticed that, and as Churchill himself later wrote, it was a miracle I survived. Ironically, it's Chamberlain who gets the blame for the Norwegian campaign, even though Churchill was actually the architect of it. And again, it wasn't well thought through, exactly Chamberlain's point, back in the 1920s, and the result, once again, is that things went wrong. Nevertheless, in May 1940, of course, Churchill does become Prime Minister. And it's interesting that Churchill, one of the first things Churchill did as Prime Minister is, of course, to ask Chamberlain to stay on, which he agrees to do. And he produces a handwritten note, "I'm in your hands and I have no fear of that." And what Churchill meant by that, of course, is that Chamberlain remained a far more popular figure in the Conservative Party for much of 1940 than Churchill himself. The Tories were still very loyal to Chamberlain and disliked the fact, many of them, that Churchill had superseded him. And if you don't believe me on that, read the Channon Diaries. The Channon Diaries give a very, very vivid account of what ordinary Tory MPs, though Channon was hardly ordinary, he was fabulously rich among many other things, but of what many Tory MPs thought. They did not like Churchill. They thought he had usurped Neville Chamberlain's position, and they greatly took against him for that. Somebody we should get to talk at the next of these conferences. We should get Simon Heffer to talk on Churchill and Channon. It would make for a fantastic session. Neville Chamberlain was immensely loyal to Churchill during 1940 until the point when he was stricken with cancer and could not go on any further. And of course, it's the case, it was already mentioned in the first session, Churchill produces this marvellous eulogy of Chamberlain, taking a very broad perspective, sympathising with disappointed hopes, and only too well aware, as Churchill had good cause to know, of the vicissitudes of reputation. But of course, it's also the case that this was a great opportunity for Churchill to ingratiate himself with those Conservative MPs who had greatly admired Chamberlain. And so, as with so many of Churchill's speeches, there's an awful lot of agendas, as it were, that he's trying to further. And of course, he did rather succeed in doing so. It is not given, this is a part of the speech, it is not given to human beings to foresee or to predict to any large extent the unfolding course of events. In one phase, men seem to have been right. In another, they seem to have been wrong. Then again, a few years later, when the perspective of time has lengthened, all stands in a different setting. There is a new proportion, there is another scale of values. History, with its flickering lamp, stumbles along the trail of the past, trying to revive its echoes, to recreate its scenes, and kindle with pale gleams the passions of former days. And one of Churchill's parliamentary colleagues says to him afterwards, that was a fantastic speech. It was truly Periclean. And Churchill replied, yes, but I could have done it the other way. Now, what did he mean by that? Well, what I suspect he meant by that was history will not be kind to Neville Chamberlain, I know, because I'm going to write it. But if Churchill's eulogy was, in a sense, that one of the first drafts of things he would later say in his history of the Second World War, and many of his speeches can be understood like that. Then it's clear that in the end, Churchill did come to appreciate Chamberlain's qualities. And so when he comes to write his history of the Second World War, he makes plain in the first and second volumes how much he had come in the end to admire Chamberlain. So what we have here is a rather interesting story of two very different people from two very different worlds who do business in government at certain times in their joint public careers, but who on other occasions, one is in power, the other is in opposition. And yet in the end, they each reach some sort of accommodation with each other. And I think one of the very interesting things about Churchill is that he's constantly willing to accommodate with other people and other policies if this seems the right thing to do. And Churchill never understood that many of his wounding remarks caused great offence, and then he wanted to make up after. And people didn't forget the wounding things he'd said. And I think that was always a problem for him in politics. He didn't understand the impact of his personality on other people. But the Churchill-Chamberlain story is, I think, a very instructive example of that sense of how animosity and hostility could interleave as their careers unfolded with collaboration and, in the end, a certain degree of mutual respect. So all of which, in the end, meant that Churchill was kinder to Neville Chamberlain when writing his history than one might perhaps have expected him to be.
Thank you, David. I think my brief was to cover the rest of the world. And I don't think I've got that long to do it. But anyway, we'll do my best. The book I've written recently, Mirrors of Greatness, Churchill and the Leaders Who Shaped Him, I think the underlying premise is really this. Churchill was a human being. And what do I mean by that? Yes, he was clearly extraordinary. Chamberlain spoke of him as a genius. Asquith did. That was the word that was used. But Winston Churchill, like all of us, shaped himself and his career in relation to other people he dealt with, he worked with. That's been our experience, everybody in this room. There have been people who've been mentors, there have been people who've been rivals, there have been people who blocked what you really wanted to do, and so on. And Churchill's career is shaped by that in fundamental ways. And that's really the point of the book, looking at some of these people, some of whom Churchill would have thought of as great, others he would have been absolutely sickened that I'd even mentioned their names, and that includes people like Gandhi. And some who don't get a mention in his books in the Second World War. There is a chapter in Mirrors of Greatness about Clement, because, as David said, he could not have done it without her. And also, along the way, he made her into a leader that she never would have been otherwise. It was a fascinating relationship. So, relationships matter in this story. The other thing I want to say about Churchill and these personal relationships, particularly on the international stage, is that Churchill saw foreign leaders and their personalities, which fascinated him. He was fascinated by Stalin, for example. But he saw them against a sort of stereotype, an image of their national character. He was somebody who believed very strongly in national character. So, for example, the two European dictators, Mussolini and Hitler, Mussolini gets the benefit of the doubt as a great leader who fell on hard times, made serious mistakes, because Churchill's long-standing fascination and love for ancient Rome, historic Rome. For Churchill, Germany is an invented state, a mistake on the European continent from the 1870s, and the Germans are innately militaristic and expansionist. So he's not particularly interested in the roots of Nazism. He just thinks Hitler is in charge of this war machine country, and it's really dangerous. So, personal character, national character, which gets me on in whatever is left of my time to just talk a little bit about Gandhi, because Gandhi it's fascinating, the relationship. And, you know, you would say, okay, well, Gandhi is in Churchill's bad books because he's an opponent of the British Raj. He wants to see the end of the British Empire and so on. Yes, but there's a lot more to it than that. If you think of that wonderful speech that he gives to his constituents in Epping in 1931, where he says, it's alarming and nauseating to see Mr. Gandhi, a seditious Middle Temple lawyer, now posing as a fakir of a type well known in the East, striding half naked up the steps of the vice-regal palace while he is organizing and conducting a defiant campaign of civil disobedience, marching up those steps to parley on equal terms with the representative of the King Emperor. It's a wonderful piece of prose. It's very, very willful and distorted in deliberate ways. Gandhi didn't stride up the steps of the vice-regal palace. He came in through a side door. The use of the term fakir, F-A-K-I-R, as you can imagine if you're listening to it as a speech, slides very quickly into faker, F-A-K-E-R. And that was essentially Churchill's point about Gandhi. He was a con man. He was a con man. And the reference to the Middle Temple lawyer now posing as a fakir is a reminder of something fundamental about Churchill's attitude to the British Empire, which was that its mission in the world, and John and David have both talked about this for Atlee and for Churchill, its mission in the world was to bring people from barbarism to civilization. From barbarism to civilization. And so Mr. Gandhi, as a Middle Temple lawyer, was an example of how this person had been civilized when he was in London. And then what did he do? He went to South Africa, then he went back to India, and he then reverted to barbarism in peasant dress. So this is a complete denial of the point that the British Empire is about. But let's think also of that dress, the peasant dress. For Churchill, this is a man who has dressed himself up now looking like almost as a woman. And that's a fundamental denial of the principles of masculinity, which were fundamental to Churchill's whole ethos. Man, military virtues, and so on. Gandhi is a pacifist. Gandhi is a vegetarian, something that for Churchill is abhorrent, against some of his basic dietary principles, if you like. He's doing everything wrong. And for Winston Churchill, therefore, Gandhi is a threat not merely to the British Empire, but to everything that the empire stands for and should stand for. And he is now mobilizing a campaign of civil disobedience against the British government. And it's sometimes said, well, you know, Churchill was a Victorian, that's how they thought. Atlee was a Victorian. He's probably about 9 years younger than Churchill, I think. Certainly of a Victorian era, a man who, as John reminded us, fought for his country and did so courageously in the First World War. But Atlee sees India much more recently, much later than Churchill. Churchill's there for nearly 2 years in the late 1890s. He doesn't go back. Atlee is there in 1928, 1929, for long periods on a parliamentary delegation looking into the question of can India become independent? Or can India move first of all to dominion status and then possibly then on to independence? And remember, dominion status is what's been conceded to Australia and New Zealand, and that becomes the stepping stone to independence. And Atlee's conclusion from those visits and that experience of India in the late 1920s is that that is the pathway that has to be trodden, and that it should be done. And as John said, that's what he fulfills in his Labour government in the late 1940s, despite all the carnage and the mess and the difficulties and so on. Whereas as far as Churchill's concerned, really Indians cannot run themselves. So this is a fundamental difference between two Victorians, and it's particularly important. So I need to stop there now because I'm out of time, but I just want to say that this is, I think, an interesting example in the case of Gandhi of the way that Churchill engages with other leaders. He does so with intense interest in their personalities, sometimes getting them right, sometimes getting the personalities wrong, but also putting his sense of who they are as a human being against stereotypes about the national characters. And in Gandhi's case, of course, it's related to a stereotype about Hindus as a non-martial race, whereas he is very commendatory to Muslims and Sikhs who play a major part in the Indian army. So Churchill, personal character, national character, that is at the heart of the ways in which he thinks about international relations and about the other leaders that he dealt with during his long and distinguished career. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. 3 wonderful, insightful contributions. We've got about 10 minutes or so for questions, and I've received some already. Someone we haven't spoken about is the first question, Lord Halifax. Does anyone want to comment on Churchill's relationship with Lord Halifax?
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. I mean, the Halifax is one of these people who gets I think now is damned, really, because of, I would say, slightly distorted views of 1940. And if you think about 1940, May 1940, for everybody in the government, what happens after the 10th of May is absolutely unbelievable. May the 10th is when Churchill becomes Prime Minister, but that morning of that day, the Germans invade Holland and Belgium onto France, and they then, within a week, it's clear to Churchill, and I write about this in the book, that the French have given up, that they have been outflanked. The Germans have gone through the Ardennes. They're going to the coast, and the French will no longer be part of the alliance. Yet they've been part of it all through the First World War. It's the essential part from 1914-18, the essential ally. So Halifax, like Chamberlain, it's a huge shock. It's a shock to Churchill as well. But the debates which have now become notorious in the cabinet about whether we should at least try and find out what Mussolini's terms might be if he was acting as an intermediary, that's the framing. It's not like, are we going to now lie down in the streets and welcome Hitler in? But the discussion is framed against the Dunkirk evacuation. And when the debates start on the, 26th, 27th, 28th of May, the estimates are that we might get 30,000, 50,000 off the beaches. Well, that simply isn't an army, a defense, or whatever. By the time the debates end, by about the 3rd of June, it's clear you're going to get 250,000 men, 200,000 British off. It changes the situation. And part of what got Halifax angry and irritated is that It's the comments again about, you know, his tendency to hyperbole, to big speaking, big pictures, and so on. He just got really, Halifax got really wound up by Churchill orating to everybody in the cabinet and so on, instead of thinking, what do we do? So Halifax, I think, gets a bad press there. But in the end, it's clear that Churchill is fundamentally right, because whether or not we have a strategy for victory, which we certainly do not have in June 1940, the one thing we do have is the Channel. A second thing is the RAF, which, as Tim and Catherine were talking about earlier, has been modernized in the 1930s. And crucially, also the chain-home system of radar, which gives us that extra 10 minutes to know that German planes are coming over the Channel. So there is no reason why we should immediately give in. But the one way that will be disastrous, it's going to undermine morale and international opinion, is if we start to say, well, maybe we might just see what they would allow as terms. That would get out, it would be completely disastrous. Churchill is fundamentally right on that, and Halifax is fundamentally wrong, but the differences between these two men, I think, have been exaggerated.
It is an extraordinary story because, of course, as it were, if we back up by a few days from what David has been talking about so well, I mean, the prime ministership was Halifax's for the asking in the spring of 1940. I mean, he's the choice of the Conservative Party, he's the choice of the King and Queen, he's the choice of the civil servants, you know, he's a wise man, holy fox. Andrew Roberts has written brilliantly about him. He seems to stand for kind of Victorian decency, and he's been in government a very long time. And if Halifax had taken the prime ministership, the outcome would indeed, I think, have been very different. Although there's no agreed account of it, those famous meetings between Halifax and Chamberlain and Churchill were completely extraordinary. I mean, the best account in the sense of the most theatrical one is, of course, that it's Brendan Bracken, isn't it, I think, who Churchill talks with beforehand. And the line is that Bracken develops is, if at the meeting you are asked if you would serve under Halifax, you mustn't say anything. And getting Churchill to say nothing was really difficult. Exactly so. It was to get Churchill to stop talking. Because if he says yes, it's all over. Halifax is prime minister. If he says no, it's disloyal. So he has to say nothing. And of course, the great scene that Churchill elaborates at the end of the first volume of his wartime memoirs is Churchill says nothing, and the silence goes on and goes on and goes on, and sooner or later Halifax breaks it by saying, he doesn't quite say, I think I must go and see my dentist, but there's something slightly like that. And he does indeed go and see his dentist the next morning.
Well, and of course, Halifax and Chamberlain are both sick to the stomach at the thought of being a war leader, whereas for Churchill, it's what he has always imagined, really. And that's the amazing thing. This man, that's the wonderful part of that, at the end of that first volume, the sense of Providence being with him, that he is the man for the hour. And that's absolutely right. Man and hour come together in May 1940 in a way that rarely happens to most politicians. They might become leader at a wrong time, they're not ready for it, or they haven't got the support. Man and hour come together perfectly.
But it's an extraordinary story, and of course the claim is that he puts in those final paragraphs of the first volume, I felt that night as if I were walking with destiny and that all my past life had been but a preparation for this hour and this trial. That's not true. You know, Churchill, as he admits elsewhere, you know, there's Tony Pandy, there's the gold standard, there's the general strike, there's India, there's the abdication. It's a catalogue of mistakes and bad judgments. And as David has just said, what is so extraordinary is that it all comes good in the spring of 1940. But even after it happens, you know, the word among people in the know is, we're fighting Hitler. We've now got this drunken half-breed who's got everything wrong so far in his career. This is going to make it even worse. And then it all comes out good. And Churchill becomes the hero he'd always wanted to be. And as Nancy Astor says, I'm enjoying this war, and so is Mr. Churchill, but only I will admit that that's what's going on.
Yeah. I've got another good question that perhaps, John, you might want to pick up. What advice would you give today's or tomorrow's leaders referencing the lessons of Churchill?
First thing to say, just to pick up that, is that Atlee wants Churchill, not Halifax, which is quite interesting. So Atlee's in London. He delays his departure for Labour conference, which is in Bournemouth, around that. So Atlee, for whatever sentimental reason, and he's not inconsequential in the backroom discussions, it being a coalition. So it's another example of those sort of finite things. What lessons will we give today from this period? And I was reflecting on this the other day. I mean, the lessons are very vivid. And the biggest and most important lesson, as someone who's been involved in British foreign policy through a very challenging period of time, the extent to which the story of appeasement and the assumptions around appeasement and the failures thereof shape instinctive British foreign policy responses to today's challenges is immense. So it is the definitive historical lesson. I can't stress that enough.
And from other countries, do you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's different in other countries. But the fundamental assumption is that tanks rolling over the border of other countries, particularly in a European context, but not exclusively, is something that requires resistance. And the sophistication, by the way, of the debates around the 1930s, which refer back to Castlereagh and Canning in 1815 and thereafter, to the extent to which the historical argument is won, and a pretty finely balanced historical argument in Halifax's mind is immense. So those lessons are absolutely there. And the other lesson just strikes me is that we have a very unforgiving political culture. It's very common for us scholars and academics to sit on stage and make snide remarks about contemporary politicians. We also do in our former prime ministers with great relish. So anything they do thereafter, that type of atmosphere would never have seen a Churchill return. Never seen a Gladstone, for better or worse, have 2-3 bites at the cherry thereafter. So politicians in their 60s with many health problems. Atlee's cabinet average age 64, 65. Immense characters, most of whom had fought in the First World War in different ways. So we're sort of phenomenally ageist and unforgiving and a bit puritanical. A bit sort of post-Regency Victorian, where we need to preserve our Regency characters, I think a little bit is my other observation.
I think I am very skeptical of the notion that there's a thing called leadership that can be taught. I think one of the most significant things about leadership, and in a sense David's already touched on this, the fact that the hour and the man do meet in the spring of 1940, it's Napoleon's question about generals. Are they lucky?
Lucky, yeah.
I mean, nobody would have thought in November 1932 that the greatest American presidency of the 20th century, off the scale, was about to happen. Who is this crippled playboy called FDR, who has no serious credibility at all? Very few people thought in 1979 that the longest-serving British Prime Minister of the 20th century had just taken office and would still be there 10 years later. And very few people thought in the spring of 1940 that Churchill would turn out to be the star-turned figure that he turned out to be.
There's something just additional about historical perspective, which is important.
So I do think luck actually matters, and I'm not sure that leadership can, in fact, be taught, though I take the point that it's a great deal harder to do leadership now with an unrelentingly intrusive media in a way that really wasn't true earlier. I mean, remember, FDR is almost always in a wheelchair. No members of the press take pictures of him. There's a gentleman's agreement, they're all, of course, men, that they won't do that. That would be completely inconceivable now.
So if luck is so important, then would you recommend that there should be a Whitehall astrologer in number 10?
Well, given some of the people who've been in number 10, though I don't...
You could do worse.
It could be worse.
Yeah.
It could be worse.
There was no astrologers. There's many other things. There was futurologists and things. There's something about the understanding of the undulating nature of historical fortune. So Churchill has it because he writes on Marlborough and he thinks deeply and historically. Atlee reads just before, at Chequers, just before Indian independence, read Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. All volumes on the shelves in Chequers as well. So that sort of historical literacy, sense of experience of the rise and fall of nations, great historical change, all those different types of things. By the way, it helps you get to grips with science and sort of, futures and all those different types of challenges. There's something in the ethos which is perhaps not easy to teach, but is, as three historians sit on the stage in a room of friendly historians, there's something, what you do not need is an official historian sitting piously beside a prime minister offering
But it also
vignettes.
helps, doesn't it, to have done a number of jobs before you were prime minister. So you actually understand something about these departments and the kind of business. The idea that you just suddenly drop in and become prime minister, it seems it's stretching your chances, really, if that's the
And not just political jobs, right?
Yes,
and
in the real world, absolutely, yes.
Well, Blair makes that point, doesn't he, that he wished he'd known in 1997 what he'd finally learned by 2010. Well, one doesn't really want a prime ministership to be an extended episode of self-education. You kind of prefer it if they'd done things before. I think there's no doubt of that.
Note, we've run out of time, so can everyone join me in thanking John, David and David? Tremendous. We are now going to adjourn for coffee. Coffee is being served just outside the main ballroom. If you can be back just before 11 o'clock, about 5 to 11, that would be marvellous. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, everybody, for being back promptly. If I can just call order, we will move on with the next session. So, the next session today is Churchill as wartime Prime Minister. And I'm very pleased that we've got two distinguished speakers to present this session. Indeed, thanks to our sponsors, the joint work of these two gentlemen has been included in all of your conference packs, and that is their book, Churchill's D-Day, The Inside Story. The two speakers we have today are General, the Right Honourable the Lord Dannatt, Chief of the General Staff in the British Army after a long and distinguished military career from 1971 and through until 2009. He has subsequently served as a defence and security advisor to many, but including David Cameron. He has also served in the council at Russie, where we are having our sessions tomorrow, and he's also done his tenure, I think, as Constable of the Tower of London in the city. We also have Alan Packwood, OBE, and of course Alan is a long-standing friend of ICS and someone who needs little introduction to many of us. He is a fellow at Churchill College, Cambridge, and obviously also the director of the Churchill Archives Centre, where he is the keeper of truth and fact, and of course Alan has supported countless others in their works and publications, ensuring that things are true, a true path of history, while also becoming a distinguished author in his own right. Again, questions at the end. If you could write down your questions on the cards, hold them up, someone will collect them, and we'll take a session of questions at the end. So without further ado, gentlemen, Churchill as a wartime Prime Minister.
Scott, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure that Alan and I have to be with you this morning. And we're enjoying the prospect of talking about our book, which we worked on together, Churchill's D-Day. Alan, of course, is the resident expert on all this. I would simply say that Winston Churchill, as I grew up, was my boyhood hero. Frankly, he did all the things that I thought were fantastic, from joining the army, finding wars to get involved in, a great historical narrative that he generated, and of course in and out of Parliament as well, and as Prime Minister in the Second World War. Now, it so happened that another eminent historian, Bill Barnett, was a great neighbour of mine, great friend in Norfolk where I live, and when he died, his family asked me if I would give the eulogy at his memorial, which I duly did at Churchill College, Cambridge. And as Alan was very politely walking me back to my car, he mounted a very clever ambush and said, look, I know that actually Winston Churchill is a great fascination of yours. I'm actually thinking of producing another book about him, coincide with the 80th anniversary of D-Day and other key events. You wouldn't like to collaborate with me on it, would you? And I said, well, that's a jolly good idea. Very shortly after that, Alan said, well, here's the idea, let's get on with it. So we have thoroughly enjoyed working together in producing this book. But I suppose it begs the question, why another book on Churchill when there must have been at least 1,000 published already?
No, absolutely, Richard. So, I mean, as many of you know here, Churchill's own history of the Second World War runs to 6 volumes. Then you have the official biography by Martin Gilbert. You have the companion volumes. You have a whole range of other books, many written by eminent historians here in this audience. So why another book on Winston Churchill? Well, a couple of reasons for me, I think. The first one is that so much of what is written about Churchill's wartime premiership focuses on 1940, focuses on the finest hour. And there's much less, on the whole, about the end of the war. And when it came to looking at D-Day, what struck me very forcibly was that Churchill is often written out of the story altogether, or is portrayed very negatively. And that actually started very early. It starts as early as 1948 with Eisenhower's memoir, Crusade in Europe, where he talks about Churchill's fears over D-Day, that the waves would run red with blood. And of course, that quote then informed the 2017 movie, Churchill, starring Brian Cox as Winston Churchill. Some of you may have seen it. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. But that movie opens with Churchill pacing nervously along an English beach, looking out to sea, as in his mind's eye those waves do run red with blood. And you have him remembering the events of the First World War and the Dardanelles, and then the script of that movie portrays him more or less as a nervous wreck with 48 hours to go before D-Day, doing everything he can to obstruct the military operation. And obviously that's not a picture that we felt was true, but of course it does take us back to Gallipoli, to the First World War, and to the impact that those events had on Churchill.
I think you're absolutely right, and there is no doubt that the Dardanelles campaign was conceived by Winston Churchill, conceived initially as a naval operation while he was First Lord of the Admiralty. Forcing the Straits didn't work just with the Royal Navy. It then became a very poorly planned combined operation, which led to a huge loss of life in the Gallipoli campaign of 1915-1916. And of course, one has to remember also that he was again back as First Lord of the Admiralty at the start of the Second World War. He conceived, not unreasonably, what became the Norway campaign of 1940 to try and blockade elements of German industry. But again, it was a poorly conceived campaign. Indeed, when I ran the Higher Command and Staff course at the Army Staff College, the two examples we chose of badly conceived and badly run, particularly from a command and control point of view, operations were the Gallipoli campaign and the Norway campaign of 1940. And I think, as earlier speakers probably were saying this morning, it is incredible that the debate in the House of Commons in May 1940, when he really had to defend his actions, because the Germans had already attacked in May 1940, what could potentially have been an extraordinarily embarrassing debate for him, he emerged effectively as Prime Minister and became that wartime leader, which, as you were saying, famous for 1940. But our book concentrates much more on his role in bringing the coalition together, keeping the coalition together, weighing off Stalin's requirements against Roosevelt's requirements, but also making sure that he preserves the British position. Frustrating for him, in 1940, he was the sole leader, standing against Nazism, against fascism, the bulldog spirit. But by 1944, he was one of the big three, and he had to keep this coalition of interests together. And I think, actually, as our book tries to explain, he did it pretty effectively.
Yeah. So we'll come on to the whole fighting with allies in a moment, but if I can just pick up on some of the things you mentioned in the first part of your remarks there. Just pointing out the portrait of Churchill that you've got on the screen behind you. So many of you will recognise this. This is the famous portrait of Winston Churchill by William Orpen, which was painted in 1916 in the immediate aftermath of the Dardanelles, which is perhaps why it is such a dark, stark background and why you can see these huge bags underneath his eyes. But this is actually the portrait that Clementine Churchill chose to hang in Churchill College, the British National and Commonwealth Memorial to Churchill, because she felt it captured something of the soul of Sir Winston Churchill. And I suppose for this session, it raises the question, well, what were the lessons that Churchill took from the Dardanelles, took from the First World War? And I think, interestingly, one of the key lessons that he took was that if you were going to attempt something of this scale and complexity, then you needed to be in charge. And when it came to him becoming wartime Prime Minister in 1940, he made sure that he was in charge. He was in a relatively weak political position. He hadn't been elected Prime Minister. He was there as a result of a Westminster coup. As he looks round that cabinet table, his war cabinet is composed of his predecessor Neville Chamberlain, his main rival Lord Halifax, leading members of the Labour Party. It's not a war cabinet of his choosing. So how does he cement his position and gain control of the British war effort? The way he does it, of course, is to make himself not just Prime Minister, but also Minister of Defence, so that the Chiefs of Staff are reporting directly into him. And then, of course, he seeks, through the creation of this military political secretariat at the centre of Whitehall, to seize control and to reinvigorate the British war effort, sending out this constant stream of memos and telegrams, many sort of with the action this day sticker on top, and of course mobilising the nation and mobilising the alliance through his famous wartime oratory. And I thought this gathering ought to see at least one page from one of those famous speeches. So you're looking here at the final page of the finest hour speech of the 18th of June 1940, delivered the day after the fall of France. Churchill has to deliver this speech in the House of Commons and then broadcast it over the BBC. The previous page ends what General Weygand has called the Battle of France is over. The Battle of Britain is about to begin. And then you have this final passage building up to this dramatic climax. Let us therefore brace ourselves to our duty and so bear ourselves that if the British Empire and Commonwealth lasts for 1,000 years, men will still say this was their finest hour. But of course, you know, it's one thing to promise victory. The other is, you know, how do you deliver it?
Well, exactly. And I think we all now recognise, with the advantage of hindsight, that the two most significant events which determined the future course of the Second World War were Hitler's decision to attack Russia, which brought the Soviet Union and Soviet Russia into the war, and then the Japanese decision to attack the Americans at Pearl Harbor. So from standing alone, that bulldog on the White Cliffs of Dover in 1940, Churchill then had two significant allies, Stalin and Roosevelt, USSR and the USA, which of course changed the whole dynamic of the war. One of Churchill's, I think, greatest contributions was to persuade in his discussions with the Americans, who quite reasonably could have argued that as it was Japan who had attacked them, defeating the Japanese was their highest priority. But Churchill persuaded Roosevelt that Germany first, defeating Germany, was the highest priority, and then to conduct a holding operation in Southeast Asia and then deal with Japan later. So that was very significant. But the other problem that Churchill had almost from the start, British troops not actively engaged against the Germans, other than shortly after that in North Africa. Stalin complaining vigorously that it was only his troops, his Soviet troops, that were actually fighting the Germans. What were you doing, Winston Churchill? What are the British doing? And of course, at that stage, the Americans, rather like 1917, had to rebuild their military capability, not from scratch, but certainly expand it vigorously to the point when, just as in 1917, 1918, they could make a decisive contribution. We had to get to the same position again in 1943, the build-up, 1944, and then to have sufficient strength to be able to conduct successfully the Overlord landings in June 1944. Against the pressure from Stalin of wanting to go in 1942, of General Marshall wanting to go in 1943, again, it was Churchill's I think very careful and brilliantly argued discussions at the sequence of international conferences that persuaded both major allies that to do it well, to do it once, to get it right, in 1944 was the right time to do it.
Yeah, because on the one hand, the arrival of the Americans on the battlefield allows Churchill famously to sleep the sleep of the saved and the thankful. But on the other, of course, it means that he is no longer able to control operations in quite the same way. You've now got a major ally who are coming to the table with their own set ideas on how the war should be fought and won. And what you're looking at here is the handwritten letter from President Roosevelt that Harry Hopkins delivers to Churchill in early 1942. So you can see at the top there, the White House, April the 3rd, 11 p.m. And what Roosevelt writes is, "Dear Winston, what Harry and George Marshall will tell you all about has my heart and mind in it. Your people and mine demand the establishment of a front to draw off pressure on the Russians, and these peoples are wise enough to see that the Russians are today killing more Germans and destroying more equipment than you and I put together. Go to it." And then a wonderful ending. "Best of luck. Make Harry go to bed early." In other words, don't keep him up drinking. "And let him obey Dr. Fulton, US Navy, whom I'm sending with him as super nurse with full authority. As ever, FDR." But this letter came with the initial American military plan, which is advocating operations in France as soon as possible. And General Marshall clearly states in that accompanying document that the Americans see the quickest route to Berlin as running through France. The problem, I think, as we focus on in the book, is that this is completely unrealistic for the British in early 1942. We're stretched on all fronts. We've just lost Hong Kong and Singapore in the east. Australia and New Zealand are threatened. We're already heavily engaged with the enemy in North Africa, and it's not going particularly well. Churchill is coming under intense pressure, political pressure at home, to deliver a victory. The Labour MP and long-term Churchill critic, Aneurin Bevan, famously stands up in the House of Commons in a confidence vote about Churchill's administration and says the Prime Minister wins debate after debate, but loses battle after battle. And I think the weakness with the American plan is it's going to take time to build up those American forces as well.
Well, you're absolutely right. And of course, one has to go back to something I was saying before, that the British Army, as indeed the United States Army, had to build itself up from a very low start point. And without casting our thinking back too far, 1918, the 100 Days campaign, between August and November 1918, the British Army, with allies, defeated the German army in the field. The tragedy is that both contending armies, when they left the field, took away lessons and implemented them in a different way. The British Army was so keen to, as the British nation was, to believe the First World War had to be the war to end wars. It was so awful that we really couldn't countenance another war of that sort of nature. And there was the 10-year rule that there will be no major war in Europe for 10 years, and that rolled on. And that got translated in British Army thinking to not analyze sufficiently how they'd come to be successful in that 100 Days campaign. They'd successfully integrated infantry with armor, with artillery, with better communications, with air power, but got back to normal soldiering, got back to policing the empire, the things that the army was comfortable with. But the Germans, on the other hand, they analyzed how they had come to be defeated, and they took those lessons. They developed them in a significant way. They realized that maneuver on the battlefield, striking deep was really critical, and doing it with armored forces was the way to do it. So when the two armies met again in May 1940, the British Army actually had no response, no understanding of what the Germans had faced them. So what really had to happen through 1940, 41, 42 was the British Army, while rapidly expanding, had to relearn the lessons of how to be successful. And just in the same way that the Americans had to as well. So eventually we fought our way successfully from Second Alamein right through the desert. And then the Americans and Operation Torch joined, coming in from the west, but took a bloody nose at Kasserine Pass because they had to learn lessons. And all this really rather underlines the fact that an army has to understand what it's doing, it has to expand, it has to become competent. And in fact, this all adds to why not going in 42 or 43, but going in 44 mattered. And of course, one mustn't forget that in 1942, Operation Jubilee, the attempt to seize a port on the French coast ended in absolute disaster, particularly for the Canadians. 2nd Canadian Division, which bore the brunt of it, but it underlined at a huge human cost that if there was going to be a successful invasion of Europe, the attacks had to be over the beaches, logistics had to come over the beaches, and of course, as we all know, that ultimately spawned the Mulberry Harbours and the pipeline under the ocean. But it was at a terrible cost in Dieppe, Operation Jubilee in 1942.
Yeah, and I think we spend a lot of the time in this book doing two things. One, I think, is stripping away the layers of hindsight that exist in sort of subsequent interpretation of these events. We see them through the rear-view mirror. We know that D-Day was successful. We know that it led relatively quickly then to the end of the war in Europe. But that, of course, is not something that, that Churchill, that Roosevelt, that Marshall Eisenhower had the luxury of knowing at the time. Therefore, they had to play it cautiously. And then the second thing I think we emphasize is the number of preconditions that have to be met before you can contemplate a full-scale attack against Fortress Europe. This is the heavily defended Atlantic coastline. You've got crack German troops. You've got to get the British troops across the sea. But even before then, you've actually got to build up American forces in the UK. And before you can do that, you have to have mastery of the seas and of the skies.
Which is why, quite rightly, you put up on the screen the chart showing U-boat activity, because the Battle of the Atlantic absolutely had to be won. This was a vital precondition. And Churchill convened a committee to address this issue specifically. It met every week, he chaired it. And in 1943, huge effort was put in. One thing I didn't actually realize until quite recently is that obviously it was the convoy system that was significant, air power reaching out to be able to protect the convoys. But I hadn't realized that the Cunard liners actually could steam faster than German torpedoes could run. I only discovered this when I was lecturing on one of the Cunard ships earlier in the year, and the captain was very pleased to tell me that at top speed, the Cunard liners could actually outrun a torpedo. I wasn't sure whether I found that encouraging now, but it was a useful fact to file away.
It's just the icebergs you have to look out for.
Indeed, if you're going that way.
But yes, so I mean...
And that was just one of the preconditions, wasn't it?
Yeah, so you've got to have control of the seas. The Casablanca Conference in January 1943 makes it very clear that the Battle of the Atlantic, winning the Battle of the Atlantic is a priority. Equally, you've got to weaken the German fighter force over France, which is done through the intensive bombing of Germany and of the Luftwaffe's production sites. You have to build up the forces in the UK, and it takes time to bring 1.6 million American service personnel across the Atlantic. And it's not just a case of getting them across the Atlantic, because then once they're over here, you have to put in place the infrastructure that's going to support them. So you need the barracks, the supply depots, the airfields, and again, all of that takes time to build up. You have to build up the Allied forces while weakening the enemy forces. And of course, the enemy forces, we should say, are also greatly weakened by the activities of the Red Army on the Eastern Front in winning huge battles at Stalingrad and Kursk. And of course, Churchill downplays that slightly quite a lot in his Cold War era history of the Second World War.
And of course, it's not just Churchill arguing the toss with Stalin and Roosevelt, which led to the ultimate conclusion of Operation Overlord in 1944. There was a major internal discussion about the effect of strategic bombing, with Bomber Harris, Royal Air Force bombing by night, the United States Army Air Force in huge numbers from eastern England bombing by day. And there was this genuine belief that if the strategic bombing campaign was sufficiently successful, that Germany's industry was degraded to the point where production went down significantly. And also this extraordinary, turned out to be wrong, belief that you could destroy the morale of the civilian population of Germany, which turns out to be completely wrong. But there was that battle going on as well. Were the resources correctly being put towards Overlord, an amphibious operation, or could more resources be put into the strategic air campaign? Which, of course, led to, in the more detailed planning leading up to Overlord, as to what the role of the heavy and medium bomber force would be. Mm-hmm. And there were many who argued against them supporting the ground operations to the extent which they ultimately did.
Yeah, which I think brings us very nicely on to sort of the role that Churchill plays in the operational planning and support for D-Day. I think we've covered his sort of role in the strategic framework, in embracing the Russian alliance, famously telling his private secretary, Jock Colville, that if Hitler invaded hell, he would at least make a favourable reference to the devil in the House of Commons. But also, of course, making sure that the Anglo-American alliance works by establishing the Joint Combined Chiefs of Staff and setting up this unprecedented military cooperation between the two nations, which means you have British commanders in charge of American troops and vice versa. But then, of course, when it comes to the operational planning of D-Day, I think Churchill would have liked to have played more of a role in the military planning. I think you can see him getting frustrated by not being able to actually get involved in the details of the military plan and the military operations. You see him constantly prodding Eisenhower and Brooke and Montgomery. But he does play a role, I think, in many of these key debates around D-Day. You've just touched on the huge debate that takes place in the War Cabinet and the Defence Committee in Britain around the bombing, where Churchill's fear is that the bombing that Eisenhower wants before Overlord may actually lead to as many as 50,000 French casualties in the run-up to D-Day. And that if it does that, the impact may be that on French civilian morale may mean that they don't rise up in support of the invasion. And in the longer term, he fears that it will create a dull hatred in France that will drive the French civilian population towards communism. So he's having to think about the civilian issues in a way that the military commanders aren't. But of course, he's also doing everything he can to give the support to that military operation in terms of using the convening power of his office to ensure that production targets are met. And you mentioned the Mulberry harbours, these artificial harbours, ensuring that the component parts for those are all assembled on time and in place. And of course, managing the lockdown of the British nation.
But of course, you couldn't repress the enthusiasm of Winston Churchill. No. He was frustrated that he wasn't completely in charge, but he was in charge to the extent that he could be. I mentioned earlier the weekly committee that he chaired during 1943 to oversee the Battle of the Atlantic against the U-boat campaign. That committee in 1944 changed to being a committee that oversaw the national preparations, preparing the UK home base to receive the huge numbers of US and other troops, such that the operation could be launched safely from the UK. But Churchill himself, he really wanted to get involved as much as he possibly could. He took his own forward headquarters to a railway siding in Droxford, shortly before D-Day itself, so that he could be close enough to Eisenhower's headquarters, close enough to Montgomery's headquarters. Unfortunately, on one visit, or his last visit to Montgomery's headquarters, he took issue with an element of the plan, and he could not understand why this large number of people were required, but why was this large number of vehicles required? And he started to argue the toss with Field Marshal Montgomery, who, or General Montgomery as he was at that stage, who actually got rather agitated, almost to the point of saying, look, if you're doubting my judgment, Prime Minister, perhaps I'm not the man to lead this operation. Anyway, they were due to have dinner with Montgomery's staff after that conversation. Montgomery had asked him not to raise the issue, and when he went through to meet the officers, he said, gentlemen, I gather I'm not allowed to talk to you. But, and he then withdrew back to his forward headquarters in a railway siding, in a railway carriage in Droxford, connected to the outside world just by one telephone line through the local exchange. Quite extraordinary. And you've mentioned the French. And his concerns about the French. Well, of course, General de Gaulle was at least in General de Gaulle's mind, the leader of the Free French at that time. He had to be briefed on what was going to happen and was flown across from his headquarters in Algiers in northern Africa just a few days before and came to that railway siding to have lunch with General de Gaulle, with Winston Churchill on the Sunday before D-Day, where they had a famous row. To the point that actually Winston Churchill was almost on the point of ordering de Gaulle to be flown back to his headquarters in Algiers. We mentioned that just because it's a sort of typical example of Winston wanting to be involved, as indeed was his desire to be embarked on one of the ships, HMS Belfast, to witness the bombardment of the Germans on D-Day itself. And he thought this was such a good idea, he suggested it to the king. And said, well, look, why don't we both embark and watch the... well, the king thought initially this was a rather good idea. Yes, I'd like to come too. Until his private secretary, Tommy Lascelles, said, Your Majesty, definitely not. And could you please do everything you can to persuade Mr. Churchill not to go either? Churchill's idea had been, and he ordered Admiral Ramsay to prepare a plan for them to go on to HMS Belfast, watch the bombardment, then to switch to a destroyer later in the day, and actually go and land on some of the beaches. Well, eventually it took a second letter from the king to Churchill to persuade him not to do it. And reluctantly, Churchill wrote back and agreed to accept his sovereign's command. And it wasn't until a few days later that he actually got to go to the beaches, which is the picture on the cover of our book.
Yes, yeah. And you're looking here at the first of those two handwritten letters from the king, which survives in Churchill's papers. So this one dated 31st of May 1944, where the king writes, I've been thinking a great deal of our conversation yesterday, and I've come to the conclusion that it would not be right for either you or I to be where we planned to be on D-Day. But of course, Churchill simply ignores this letter and heads off to his railway carriage in Droxford, and it takes a second handwritten letter from the king, as you said, before he grudgingly defers to His Majesty's wishes and indeed commands. Now, I'm conscious of the time. We can't actually see the time up on the screen in front of us. I think we're about half an hour in. So I think we're going to go to questions in just a moment. So if you want to start preparing those. But I mean, I hope that what we've been able to do in this session, through the lens of our book on Churchill's D-Day, is to give you an idea of the complexity of the issues that Churchill was facing, and the range of different roles that he is having to play simultaneously. Overlain, of course, by his inimitable personality. But I wonder if, going back to the point that I made about hindsight, I think this is very well illustrated by what happens on the eve of D-Day. Churchill hasn't been able to sort of get his front row seat on board HMS Belfast. So actually on the eve of D-Day, he's returned to London and he's waiting on events there. And what you're looking at here is the handwritten letter that Clement Churchill writes to him on the morning of the 5th of June. My darling, I feel so much for you at this agonizing moment, so full of suspense, which actually prevents me from rejoicing about Rome. And of course, Rome had fallen fallen to the Allies just the day before. And of course, she signs off with this wonderful drawing of a cat. She would end her letters with a cat. He would end with a pig or a pug. But they dined together that night. And after the dinner, when they're in the map room, Churchill turns to her and says,
do you realize that by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, 20,000 could have been killed? Mercifully, fortunately, that turned out not to be the case. The number of fatalities on D-Day itself was somewhere less than 5,000. But it's ironic that he should have plucked this figure of 20,000, because by the end of the Normandy campaign, by the time that the Seine had been crossed and Paris had been liberated in August 1944, 22,442 under British command had been killed. And that figure is significant because over the last 3 or 4 years, we have constructed in Normandy the British memorial to that 22,442 who lost their lives. That came about because some veterans at the 70th anniversary of D-Day said, Why is it that the Americans and the Canadians have got national memorials, but we, the British, haven't? Well, cut a long story short, and he's here in the audience, Nicholas Witchell, formerly the BBC's senior royal correspondent, took this issue on personally, formed the Normandy Memorial Trust. 27 million pounds later, 50 acres of French soil later, we now have a fantastic British memorial. And on the 6th of June this year, His Majesty the King His Majesty the King and Queen Camilla opened the Winston Churchill Centre for Education and Learning, and it stands there for exactly those purposes. And we're going to go one stage further. There is an ideal space to put, by Paul Rafferty, a probably 1.5 times size sculpture of Winston Churchill in the same uniform that the picture on the book depicts him on the first day, looking down the line of pillars on which the 22,442 names are, saluting. And we think that this, in the Churchill Court, will complete the construction of the memorial, a fitting memorial to that very large number under British command who lost their lives. And also important that we tell not just the overall story of Overlord, but particularly to future generations, the British contribution to it, because with all due respect to Americans in the audience, and there's a lot of you, it could be thought to be Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks, but the Brits were involved as well.
Okay. And I think with that, we're ready to go for the Q&A.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. That was insightful, wonderful. We have the first question. How did Churchill's experience at Gallipoli help or hurt his D-Day preparations? In other words, did Gallipoli contribute to the success of D-Day?
Gallipoli and the Norway campaign contributed to the success of Overlord insofar as the lessons learned. And there were a lot of lessons learned at great cost, particularly the absolute necessity to have a thoroughly integrated, joined-up chain of command. It is extraordinary to believe that in the Norway campaign of 1940, the land commander and the naval commander only met for the first time once the operation had begun on the quarterdeck of one of HM ships. And they both screwed their monocles into their eyes and looked at each other, and that met for the first time. Now, that's exactly how not to organize command and control. So that lesson was really, really important. The Joint Chiefs of Staff were formed. The integrated planning was done in great detail, and the command and control was very effective. Eisenhower in overall control, Montgomery in control of the landing forces, and it worked very well. So I think the big takeaway from the Dardanelles and from Norway was getting your command and control right.
Well, obviously, I would echo everything that the General says on this. But I think the other thing, of course, that Gallipoli does is to emphasize the need for having all of the pieces in place before you embark on something of that scale. And there are areas that we touch on in the book that we haven't really had time to touch on in these few minutes. I mean, one of those, of course, is the key importance of intelligence, of knowing your enemy's dispositions, knowing what your enemy is planning to do. And then the other side of intelligence is deception, and the huge deception operations that were accompanying D-Day.
And that is really important because you can't totally disguise an operation of the magnitude of Overlord. You can't disguise the fact that a force, it turned out, of 150,000 were going to attack. But what you could do is cause doubt in the enemy's mind as to where the blow was going to fall. It could have been anywhere, as one of the deception plans tried to suggest, up in Scandinavia. It could have been in the Pas-de-Calais. It was in Normandy. It could have been round the corner in the Bay of Biscay. And it was really important to keep the Germans guessing. And there were many deception plans. Perhaps chief amongst it was the fictitious 1st United States Army Group under General Patton, massing in the Dover-Folkestone area, ready to attack across the Pas-de-Calais. Well, it didn't exist, but the amount of effort was put into it certainly did cast doubt in the Germans' mind. Of course, the other thing is just worth saying is that one thing you can't control actually is the weather. and we know that the original plan was to go on the 5th of June, but because the weather was so awful, Group Captain Stagg Eisenhower had to take the decision on Group Captain Stagg's meteorological advice. But interestingly, the Germans, it's part of deception as well. Their forecasting wasn't quite as good as ours, and they decided, well, there wasn't going to be an attack over this 5th, 6th, 7th of June period. So Rommel went home to spend his wife's birthday with her in Germany. The commander of the German 7th Army called all his senior commanders to a conference in Rennes to go through their anti-invasion plans, and the commander of 21st Panzer Group decided to go to Paris to spend the night with his mistress. So those commanders were in the wrong place at the wrong time, largely due to the weather, but actually the overall deception plan was a very important element to all that as well.
And just 2 quotes very quickly to pick up on that, because I know you want to go to other questions. There's a wonderful Churchill quote in the book. I think it comes from the memoirs of his personal secretary, Elizabeth Nell, where she describes how in one of the days on the lead up to D-Day, he suddenly sort of picks up the phone and barks down it to one of his private secretaries, "Give me the moon." And of course, what he means by that is give me the charts about the phases of the moon, because that is so critical to the tides about D-Day. And then on deception, the obvious Churchill quote is the one that he makes to Stalin on his 69th birthday at the Tehran conference, where he says, "The truth is so precious that she should always be protected by a bodyguard of lies." And the deception operation for D-Day was called Operation Bodyguard, in homage to Churchill's quote.
Second question, did Churchill prefer an earlier invasion of the Balkans by Anglo-Allied forces before D-Day?
Well, that question gets to the heart of a much broader issue, which is how Churchill saw events after the war. And I'll let Alan talk about that in a moment. But as far back as 1942, he's on record of saying at a speech in the Mansion House, "I haven't become the King's Minister to preside over the liquidation of the British Empire." So he was thinking about what Britain's role would be after the war. Yes, Germany had to be defeated. There had to be an accommodation with Soviet Russia. But he was very much thinking about Britain's position after the war. And thinking about the Balkans, thinking about the Mediterranean was certainly part of that.
I think there are several factors at play here. One is, the fear around D-Day, that this is such a major operation that if it goes wrong, there is no real plan B. And this was a fear that was shared by all the military commanders. It was shared by Brooke and Ramsey, if you read their diaries for the night of the 5th of June, 1944. Eisenhower, of course, famously writes a letter which he seals to be opened in the event of failure and having to evacuate the troops from the beaches. So I think as a result of this, Churchill is keen as much as possible to have his cake and eat it and to see fighting continue in other theatres. He's particularly keen on seeing fighting continue in Italy because it's under the command of an overall British theatre commander in General Alexander, so he sees the laurels going to the British troops, which is why when he makes his announcement about D-Day in Parliament on the 6th of June, he's very keen to stress the fall of Rome first, and he keeps the MPs waiting before he announces that the D-Day invasion has gone in. But you're absolutely right, Richard. It's also about the post-war situation and visions for the post-war world, which Churchill is having to think about in a way that Eisenhower and Montgomery aren't. And for Churchill, what is he looking for? He's looking for a return to the British Empire of 1939. He's looking to guarantee continuing British influence in the Balkans and in the Mediterranean. So that it's a hugely important factor to him.
The next one is really about Churchill's relationship with his generals. And the questioner says, we believe that Churchill got on well enough with Eisenhower, but how contentious was his relationship with people like General Montgomery, for example?
It's a very, very good question. You could also actually ask what was his relationship like with the Chief of the Imperial General Staff, General Allenbrook. That relationship was a really very important one, and it wasn't necessarily an easy one. They were apt to raise their voice at each other. They were apt to bang the table in front of each other. But I think at the end of the day, that was seen to be a constructive relationship, albeit rather a feisty one. I think Eisenhower, when he was selected to be the overall commander of Overlord, the overall commander of the forces going into Europe. He was very cleverly and sensibly and successfully appointed because of his ability to get on with virtually everybody. And I think the nature of Eisenhower was such that however prickly Winston Churchill might have been at times, it was always going to be a relatively harmonious relationship. Montgomery, of course, is a rather different sort of character. Because as far as Montgomery is concerned, there's only one person in the room, and it is Montgomery himself. His ego was really grew from Second Alamein onwards, through Sicily, through Italy, and then, of course, there was no doubt in his mind that he would be brought back to lead the invasion of Europe. And Montgomery was supremely confident. I mean, you even go to the final conference in St. Paul's School where he's briefing the plan. Winston Churchill sitting in the front row. Yes, Churchill, of course, asked some questions, but you couldn't dent Montgomery's confidence. I've already mentioned the small dispute they had just before the operation was launched, when Churchill started to query the number of vehicles. Couldn't believe so many vehicles, administrative, logistic vehicles were required. Don't question my judgment, effectively, is what Montgomery was saying. So different people, different relationships, but in the end, fortunately, it was successful.
Yeah, I mean, all credit to Eisenhower, really, and there are huge arguments, of course, between Churchill and Eisenhower. The biggest one actually comes after D-Day, and it's over whether or not to go into the south of France, which Churchill sees as a huge, unnecessary diversion of forces away from the Italian theatre and the Balkans, but which Eisenhower sees as an absolutely vital way of reinforcing the Normandy front. And, of course, Eisenhower digs in and he wins this debate. And Churchill, you know, if the military commanders dig in, if they stand up to him, if the combined chiefs of staff are in agreement, I think he recognises that it is not his job to overrule them. It's actually his job to do everything that he can to support them. He's not a gibbering wreck on the eve of D-Day. He's not having a nervous breakdown. He is challenging his commanders, but he is also doing everything he can to support this incredibly complex and vital operation.
Thank you. The next question is really around Churchill's relationship with FDR and how suspicious FDR might have been with Churchill's strategic choices, perhaps being seen as preserving that 1939 view of the world and the British Empire, rather than the overall strategic aims of the war effort.
I'll let Alan talk about some specific elements of that, but the question just brings to mind a wonderful quote from Churchill, which is in the book, at the Tehran conference in 1943, gets his relationship between himself and Stalin himself and Roosevelt. He said that he was sat between the Russian bear and the American buffalo, and he was the little donkey, but he was the only one who knew the way home. Supremely confident that actually he knew the way home. But the relationship with FDR?
Okay, well, I'm acutely aware that there are several other historians in this room here who know the way home on this question probably better than I do. But I think what I would say broadly is that there are clearly three phases to the Churchill-Roosevelt relationship during the war, broadly speaking. The first one is courtship between sort of 1940 and 41, where Churchill is desperate to do everything he can to increase American involvement in the war and ultimately to bring them in militarily. And there, of course, the great quote is the one to his private secretary, Jock Colville: "No lover studied every whim of his mistress as I did those of President Roosevelt." That's undoubtedly true. You then, of course, after Pearl Harbor, have the sort of honeymoon period of the marriage. I think the high point of the military alliance, where Churchill and Roosevelt, I think, do an incredible job in setting up this joint political military framework that enables the subsequent operations to happen, and hammering out that grand strategy between these two nations over a prolonged period through a number of international conferences. Then towards the end of the war, I would describe that as a period of marital difficulties. And that's where you see these these post-war differences starting to emerge. Roosevelt's vision for the post-war world is very different to Churchill's. It's founded on the United Nations, it's founded on the self-determination of nations. Churchill, I think, is looking for a return to the British Empire of 1939, as I said. So inevitably, that starts to create tensions in the relationship.
Do you think that view also extended itself into the latter stages of the war, when we were trying to get to places in Europe first before the Russians did, for the foresight of what might come post-war?
And of course, one has to reflect on the fact that Roosevelt then died, and the general election of 1945, Winston Churchill was voted out of office. So for all practical and human reasons, the relationship ended. But I think Alan has brilliantly summed up the three phases of the relationship up to that point in 1945.
Yeah. Probably time for one last question, and the questioner has written that this is perhaps a stupid question, but there is no stupid questions at this conference. It says, what does the D in D-Day stand for?
It's actually really rather boring. D stands for day, which is the day an operation starts. And a day has 24 hours in it, so one of those hours is when it's going to start, and that's denoted by H. You've got HR on D-Day. So it's definitely not a stupid question. It's often asked, but it's got a very mundane answer. 0630, by and large, was HR on D-Day, originally planned for the 5th of June, in effect, then the 6th of June 1944. But I'm glad we've cleared that one up before we went on our way.
Can you all thank me, or help me thank Lord Dannatt and Alan Packwood, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, well, what a morning it's been so far. Amazing information being gathered from really, truly great speakers. Before we start, I want to thank the two chairs of this conference, Scott and Derek. They really are remarkable, self-effacing, but superb organizers and disciplinarians. On top of it, I'm pleased that Derek has agreed to take on, as Mitchell Rees stands down, the chairmanship of ICS in the UK. Derek, wish you all the luck in the world. Okay, it's a joy for me to be able to introduce a good friend of mine for years, and I'll explain why, a good friend of Churchill, and a great patriot, the Right Honourable James Cleverly. Let me give you a quick background. He's a lieutenant colonel in the reserves. He has held two of the great offices of state, the first foreign secretary and second as a home secretary. Sadly and mistakenly, he's no longer. That's the beauty of democracy and government. And we were talking about Churchill earlier on and his own surprises. He was co-chairman of the Conservative Party, and above all, he's absolutely a terrific MP for Braintree, not only because he's in Parliament, but because he is an amazing constituent worker and cares about the detail of the people. James and my friendship really is not merely rooted in the somewhat tumultuous and precarious world of politics, but it's rooted in a common background, and let me explain. Some of you know that I'm a long-time hotelier, and I'm also long-time Chancellor of the University of West London, one of London's biggest universities. James originally pursued hospitality education at what is now the University of West London. So I get him on two counts. He's an alumnus, and he was our first alumni in 70 years to have held one of the great offices of state. So we're really proud of him there. And he is a hotel mind background. He must have been a lousy hotelier because he had to become a politician. James met, ironically, his fabulous wife, Susie, who is here. Susie, I adore you. On her first day at the University of West London, that's what is now the University of West London, where James was serving behind the bar in the student union. I guess you got a free drink, Susie. Last year, James was the first ICS dinner speaker at our first relationship with Rusi, and he was tremendous. Then he was, I think, the Foreign Secretary, and I have no doubt, personally, for many of you who know British politics, I have no doubt that this man, one day deservedly, will be Prime Minister of our great nation. I hope so, because we need him. James is a dedicated patriot. He's a dedicated public servant who's given of his life generously, and so has Susie to support him in every way. Importantly, he defines the term a truly good human being. And so I introduce you to a fine Churchillian, James Cleverly. House this evening. We're over to Rusi tomorrow morning for some really good panels, and then we have the National Gallery. But on October the 8th to 10th next year, ICS is having a conference in Washington. So please put that in your diaries, and as many of the people who we couldn't accommodate this year will know, I bet they'll come and register very early, and I wish you would. So I think, Tanya, has you got a small video, short video? So have a look. This is this year. Well, I hope all of you and many more will come to Washington next year. And for all of those who've sponsored, all of those who've given generously this year, I thank you, but please, more next year, please. Much more. And for those of the first-time visitors here, and for those that aren't yet members, please join this organization. I can promise you, you'll get far more out of it than you will ever give. So I urge you to do that. I'm waiting for instructions for what I have to say now, Tanya, about lunch or what? So people just stay here? Okay, so if you stay exactly where you are, you'll find lunch apparently brought to you. This I have to see. James, thank you, my friend.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephen Poss. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of ICS, and it's my pleasure and honor this afternoon to introduce Lord Andrew Roberts. This is the fourth in a series of annual lectures my wife, Jane, and I have sponsored for the ICS. And to state the obvious, Lord Roberts is both a man worthy of a long and very detailed introduction, but also a man, particularly in this room, for whom such an introduction is not necessary. The first time I introduced Andrew at an event, I thought I would just very briefly summarize some of the highlights of his career, and it took me 20 minutes. So I'm not going to do that today. Just three very quick points. First, Andrew Roberts is first and foremost an historian, which means he's a scholar, he's a researcher, he's a writer, and an educator. And all of those things are very important. Of his many, many books and publications, my guess is this room is most familiar with Churchill, Walking with Destiny. But if you haven't read his life of Napoleon, you're missing something, and I would urge you to read that, along with his other books. Second, Andrew Roberts is among the foremost defenders of Sir Winston Churchill's legacy against the revisionist calumnies of the age. And that's important, because these things pop up and they need to be responded to, and his tactic is both honorable and effective: to look at the facts as perceived at the time, and he does that extraordinarily well. Third and finally, Lord Roberts is now an outspoken voice for Churchillian values in the House of Lords, and it is an exceptional public service. Ladies and gentlemen, Lord Andrew Roberts.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be invited to address you, and thank you very much indeed, Steve, for those very kind words. I'd like to just preface my remarks by saying what a great contribution Steve has already made to the ICS, sitting on its board, a really tremendous contribution, and it's great to become friends with both him and his lovely wife, Jane. As we contemplate this splendid sesquicentennial, yeah, I got that right. Sesquicentennial. It's very rare one says sesquicentennial. I might say it one more time. As we contemplate this splendid sesquicentennial of Winston Churchill's birth, let me take you back to that cold Saturday night in late November 1874, when Lady Randolph Spencer Churchill felt her labour pains coming on at Blenheim Palace. Lord Randolph Churchill and Jenny Jerome had bought a new townhouse, 48 Charles Street in Mayfair, actually just across the road from where we were having our drinks last night. And it was intended that the child should be born there. But young Winston, clearly impatient to start out on the most adventurous life of modern times, arrived 2 months prematurely. She had a fall on Tuesday night walking with the shooters, Lord Randolph wrote of Jenny to her mother a matter of hours after the baby was born, and a rather imprudent and rough pony ride in a pony carriage brought on the pains on Saturday night. We tried to stop them, but it was no use. Neither the Oxford nor the London doctor was able to come in time, so the local Woodstock doctor, Frederick Taylor, who Randolph described as a clever man, and who received 25 guineas for his work, delivered the baby at 1:30 a.m. on Monday morning, after Jenny had undergone 8 hours with no chloroform. She suffered a good deal, poor thing, Randolph reported. Because baby clothes had not been bought, Winston was dressed in ones borrowed from the wife of the local solicitor, Thomas Brown. Thus it was that Winston Churchill was born at Blenheim Palace, in one of those wonderful concatenations of which his life was replete.
The greatest Englishman was born in the greatest non-royal palace in the land, geographically connecting the saviour of his country in the Second World War with his own great ancestor, John Churchill, 1st Duke of Marlborough, who had saved his country in the War of Spanish Succession 170 years earlier. There's a neat symmetry, too, of Winston Churchill being born at Blenheim and buried nearby at Blaydon. To be born 2 months prematurely in Victorian England was a dangerous moment, however clever one's doctor was. It was only to be the first, though, of Winston Churchill's very many close brushes with death, which he experienced in his unexpectedly long life. The bout of pneumonia at prep school, the gust of wind when swimming too far from his boat in Lake Geneva, the house fire, the near half-dozen plane and car crashes, the bullets that whistled past his ears in central Cuba, a dervish's scimitar at Omdurman, an attentive sharp-shooting prison guard in Pretoria, that German whiz-bang that landed on his dugout in the trenches just after he left it. Perhaps most likely of all, the car that hit him on 5th Avenue and 76th Street in New York City. Any of them could have ended Churchill's life before he became Prime Minister in 1940. Untune one string, says Ulysses in Troilus and Cressida, and hark what discord follows. If Churchill had not become Prime Minister, it's unlikely that we'd be gathered here today in a society dedicated to honouring his memory. But neither would his life have been, in the cruel and, I believe, unjust words of the title of Robert Rhodes James' biography of his life up until 1939, a study in failure. For he would have been the co-creator, with David Lloyd George, of the system of national insurance that has saved so many of his countrymen from destitution. He would have been the man who readied the Royal Navy for combat in the Great War and who got the British Expeditionary Force across the Channel without the loss of a single man. He would have been the Minister of Munitions who created the armaments used in the glorious last 100 days which won that war. He would have been the Chancellor of the Exchequer who helped settle the general strike, and the man who warned both of the evils of Bolshevism and the Nazi menace. He would have still been the author, not of his full complement of 37 books, but nonetheless of 19 of them, several of which have stood the test of time, both as history, such as The World Crisis and Marlborough, but also as literature, such as My Early Life and Great Contemporaries. Even absent the Second World War, Winston Churchill's career was far from a study in failure, but rather a resounding success. His support for bipartisanship in politics wherever possible, of which the founding of the other club is still today a sparkling and lasting legacy, is something from which today's politicians could learn. It was, of course, his actions as Prime Minister during the Second World War that will always be his greatest legacy, however, and in particular two specific aspects of it. The first is what he actually did in that war that helped to win it. The second is what he said during the war that can help us to oppose future axes of totalitarian powers. These two legacies, which of course are profoundly intermingled, are the reason why Churchill is still worth heeding a full century and a half after his birth. While it's been fashionable in recent years for historians to minimize Churchill's contribution to the victory in the Second World War, concentrating instead on Russian sacrifice, German errors, American production, and so on, it was in fact central. No serious historian would ever seek to minimize the vital roles played by the monumental Russian blood sacrifice, egregious German strategic errors, and massive American production and military commitment. So why should Churchill's contributions be denied in the way they all too often have been, especially in three main areas? The first was in his conception of the overall grand strategy for the Western Allies to concentrate on expelling the Germans first from North Africa, then from the Mediterranean, and only then to cross the English Channel for a reckoning in Normandy. It was no coincidence that Rome fell the day before Operation Overlord was launched. This was the grand strategy that Churchill worked out with the British Chiefs of Staff and sold to the initially sceptical US Joint Chiefs of Staff, and then extended at the Casablanca Conference of January 1943. The Americans had come on their own account to the importance of adopting a Germany first policy But they had to be persuaded to adopt the Mediterranean and Italian campaigns after North Africa fell, and it was Churchill who convinced them of it. He also had to persuade them not to launch Operation Overlord until all the multifarious conditions were in place for it to succeed, as we heard from Richard Dannett and Alan Packwood this morning. The second major area where Churchill's legacy stands supreme in the war was in persuading the British people to see it through in the first place, and not to fall into defeatism in the wake of the Dunkirk catastrophe in late May and early June 1940. While he fully admitted the scale of the defeat, describing it in the House of Commons as a colossal military disaster, he also cogently set out what was going to happen next, which was that Britain was going to fight on to the end. This was leadership of the highest order, and not the result of taking opinion polls or vox pops or popping down into the underground and asking people on tube trains what they thought. Rather, he told the British people how brave they were going to be, and they responded magnificently. Churchill's third great wartime achievement, on top of creating and selling the grand strategy and raising national morale and resilience, was to keep the big three together by his personal diplomacy with Franklin Roosevelt and Joseph Stalin. FDR was, of course, profoundly disabled, although he bravely did leave the United States to attend summits at Newfoundland, Quebec, Casablanca, Tehran, and Yalta. He did not go to London or Moscow, however, any more than did his successor, Harry Truman. Meanwhile, Stalin was both paranoid about leaving Soviet territory and fearful of flying, so he only left the USSR once during the war to cross the border a short way to go to Tehran. By utter contrast, Churchill travelled 110,000 miles outside the United Kingdom during the war, conducting a vital diplomacy, not just for Britain, but for the big three until Roosevelt's death in April 1945, despite the stresses it fell under, especially as the war in Europe was coming to an end. Churchill visited Moscow twice and crossed the Atlantic no fewer than 12 times during the war. As well as Russia and America, the other countries he visited as Prime Minister during the war included Egypt, Iraq, Malta, Algeria, Tunisia, France, Italy, Canada, Bermuda, Morocco, Newfoundland, Holland, Belgium, Libya, Greece, Iran, Cyprus, and Turkey. As well as his Second World War contributions to victory, a vital part of Churchill's legacy has been his giving us the lexicon necessary to oppose totalitarianism in our own time. Always be on guard against tyranny, he said at Brussels University in November 1945, whatever shape it may assume. He himself hated both fascism and communism, the Tweedledum and Tweedledee of totalitarianism, and gave us the language and thought processes necessary to oppose both them and their recent successor in creating human misery, namely Islamist totalitarian terrorism. The superiority of democracy and freedom over these perversions of the human spirit should be clear to us. And when we look for the language to express it, again and again, we come back to Churchill. Withhold no sacrifice, grudge no toil, seek no sordid gain, fear no foe, he said at the Chateau Laurier in Ottawa in January 1952. All will be well. In Manchester in January 1940, he said, come then, let us to the task, to the battle, to the toil, each to our part, each to our station. Fill the armies, rule the air, pour out the munitions, strangle the U-boats, sweep the mines, plough the land, build the ships, guard the streets, succor the wounded, uplift the downcast, and honour the brave. There are literally hundreds of less well-known Churchill speeches and writings that have the power to inspire, on top of the 15 famous wartime speeches and broadcasts, namely, arm yourselves and be ye men of valor, we shall fight on the beaches, the finest hour speech, this is the war of the unknown warriors, never in the field of human conflict, never will I believe the soul of France is dead, give us the tools, westward look, the land is bright, not so easily shall the lights of freedom die, do not despair, brave Norwegians, we are still the masters of our fate, I was brought up in my father's house to believe in democracy. Some chicken, some neck. The end of the beginning, and this is your victory. Surveying the world scene, it is idle to pretend that we might not in our own time have to face a great reckoning with the new axis of totalitarian powers that is daily threatening the rules-based international order that was set up by Churchill and others in the immediate post-war period. The increasing saber-rattling being heard from National Socialist China, Putin's Russia, the Ayatollahs in Iran, Kim Jong-un, and the satellites such as Belarus and Venezuela are now impossible to ignore. Sir Neil Ferguson calls them the axis of ill will, and Eliot Cohen, the coalition of the malevolent. But whatever this new alliance is called, its threat to democracy is now obvious to all. As is the fact that it is increasingly, as we've just heard, acting together. Iran has drone factories in Russia. North Korea supplies 155mm shells to Russia and has sent a battalion of special forces to the Donbass. Iran has offered China port facilities in the Straits of Hormuz. China buys 50% of Russia's oil and gas and gets Iran's oil at a 60% discount. Since 1990, China and Russia have voted on the same side at the United Nations 86% of the time. As this new axis strengthens and cooperates in undermining Western interests more and more blatantly, the West tries to remind itself what it stands for. Winston Churchill has an answer to that question, indeed a better one than most of the Western leaders of today. Law, language, literature, these are considerable factors, Churchill said in his Harvard speech, advocating closer cooperation between the English-speaking peoples in September 1943. Common conceptions of what is right and decent, a marked regard for fair play, especially to the weak and poor, a stern sentiment of impartial justice, and above all, the love of personal freedom. As the new clash of civilizations comes, as we face the new pact of steel directed against us, just as Churchill had to do, we will have the great advantage of having his body of thoughts and maxims, his broadcasts and writings to help see us through. What better legacy than that he could give us? In this second Cold War, we need Churchill more than at any stage in world history since his death in 1965. For the only thing that survives from Earth's proud empires once they pass away is words. Everything else, with the possible exception of the pyramids, is reminiscent of the statue of Ozymandias's vast and trunkless legs of stone standing in the desert from the poem by Shelley. Even Churchill's own beloved British Empire is today, as Kipling predicted in Recessional at the very height of that empire at Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee, one with Nineveh and Tyre. Yet Churchill's words, defiant, witty, uplifting, above all true, will constitute part of the arsenal of democracy when the West receives its next great shock at the hands of the dictators, as we remind ourselves why our system of government and way of life is better than theirs, and why we therefore deserve to prevail. It's because Churchill is such a repository and a resource for democratic ideals that he is still so decried on the extreme right and the extreme left, as we've been seeing increasingly in recent months and years. For the attacks on him cannot all be put down to sheer ignorance. Important work on what lies behind the present attack by Churchill detractors has been done by Professor Frank Furedi in his excellent new book, The War Against the Past, Why the West Must Fight for Its History. Quote, "The project of transforming Churchill the war hero into Churchill the war criminal," writes Furedi, "is not simply directed at dishonoring the reputation of one man. It's about striking a blow against a man who personifies the idea of Britishness." The professor instances the now notorious National Trust Colonialism and Slavery report on Chartwell, which Furedi found was, quote, "all about judging the past, finding it guilty, and casting it in a negative light." This is what the National Trust report said. Sir Winston Churchill, whose family home is Chartwell, served as Secretary of State for the Colonies from 1921 to 1922. He was Prime Minister during the devastating Bengal famine of 1943, the British response to which has been heavily criticised. Churchill opposed the Government of India Act in 1935, which granted India a degree of self-governance. On the 1st of July 1947, he wrote to the Prime Minister Clement Atlee arguing that India should not gain independence, unquote. That is all they say about Winston Churchill. The Churchill portrayed in this account, Faridi points out, is of a mean-spirited politician with no redeeming features, only his misdeeds. In effect, an iconic statesman who is regarded as one of the most celebrated figures of modern history, is cast in the role of a heartless and nasty imperialist. This attempt to decolonize Churchill and his reputation has little to do with encouraging people to think critically about their wartime prime minister, and a lot to do with the ideological project of delegitimizing the identity of a national leader most identified with Britishness. Ladies and gentlemen, it was perfectly acceptable for the National Trust to link Churchill with colonialism. He was, after all, colonial secretary. But it was disgraceful to include him in a report that also covered slavery, not least because Churchill fought in the River War, one of whose successful objectives was to abolish the Khalifa's system of slavery in the Sudan. With regard to the National Trust reference to India, if you go and actually read the real letter that Churchill wrote to Atlee on the 1st of July 1947, you'll see that Churchill was not opposing Indian independence at all at that late stage. He only wanted to change the nomenclature of the bill to be debated in the House of Commons to the India Self-Government Bill, or the Indian Dominions Bill, or the India Bill 1947. The propensity of the woke to get their facts wrong in their desperate desire to diminish Churchill is unbounded. So here's my rewrite of the National Trust summation. So Winston Churchill, whose family home is indeed Chartwell, was Prime Minister during the devastating Bengal famine that started with a cyclone in October 1942 that knocked out road and rail links just as food could not be imported from Japanese-occupied countries such as Thailand, Burma, and Malaya. But Churchill did write to the leaders of America, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, asking them to send grain, which several did. As Prime Minister, Churchill poured resources into trying to save India from invasion by the Japanese, who killed 17% of the Filipino people during their brutal occupation, as well as 15 million Chinese. A similar catastrophe was averted in India by Churchill's actions. Churchill opposed the Government of India Act in 1935 because he thought unbridled Hindu rule would be harmful to the position of the untouchables, the princes, and the Muslim minorities, in which he was subsequently proved right. On the 1st of July 1947, Churchill wrote to Clement Atlee arguing over the wording of the title of the bill for giving India self-government, a bill which he actually voted for. Doesn't sound so bad when the facts are included, does it? The twisting of Churchill's words is one thing, but when Channel 4 this week broadcast a film entitled Churchill, Britain's Secret Apartheid, the use of his name was simply clickbait, because the facts showed precisely the opposite of what the headline was trying to imply. Obviously, it's outrageous to give a headline to a show that is in direct contravention to the facts, which are that Churchill chaired the War Cabinet meeting of the 13th of October 1942 that concluded that the US Army, quote, must not expect our authorities, civil or military, to assist them in enforcing a policy of segregation. So the person who chose the headline at Channel 4 either knew that and was being deliberately dishonest, or did not and was just assuming that Churchill must have been a racist in this matter because that's what the liberal zeitgeist says he must have been. For Channel 4 to have chosen a novelist rather than an historian to present the show underlines their sneering disregard for historical accuracy. Further to the left even than Channel 4 is Tariq Ali, the self-proclaimed Marxist writer and broadcaster, whose recent biography of Churchill is a compendium of factual errors and political propaganda, and I'm delighted to report, attacks on me. The list of Churchill's detractors is getting longer and longer to the point that I think we need Churchill derangement syndrome to be listed as a new psychological disorder. Ladies and gentlemen, when you joined the International Churchill Society, you probably didn't expect to have to be on the front line of the culture wars. But sadly, that's where our admiration of the great man now places us. Nor are the biggest attacks from the left. Pat Buchanan used to attack Churchill from the right, and now his arguments are being parroted by Darryl Cooper, who Tucker Carlson has called, quote, maybe the best and most honest popular historian in the United States, unquote. Despite Mr. Cooper having only written one book, and that was about tweeting. I suspect that until last month, no one in this room had heard of the name Darryl Cooper, whose claim to being an historian is that he indeed is, a podcaster. Mr. Cooper claimed last month on Mr. Carlson's show that Winston Churchill was, quote, the chief villain of the Second World War. A war that I might remind you included Joseph Stalin and Adolf Hitler and others. Mr. Cooper's main complaint was that Churchill refused to make peace with Hitler when the Nazis had so obviously won the war in the West, and so did not allow the Führer to invade Russia with the entire Wehrmacht and Luftwaffe. A moment's contemplation of this stance, let alone his effectively blaming Churchill for the millions of deaths of Russian prisoners of war in German concentration camps, shows it to be the most appalling tripe. Yet over 33 million people have watched Carlson's interview of Cooper. To illustrate where Mr. Cooper was coming from in his attempt to damn Churchill and rehabilitate Hitler, David Irving himself tweeted, quote, glad we're in the mainstream narrative, but would be nice to get a credit. It's unclear whether Mr. Irving was using the royal we or was claiming to speak on behalf of all neo-Nazis. Whatever it was, Irving's tweet got over 250,000 views and over 5,000 likes. The ICS, therefore, has its job cut out in getting the truth out to people about Churchill. And if we fail, then the whole world, including the United States, will sink into the abyss of a dark age of Churchill revisionism, made more sinister and perhaps more protracted by the lights of perverted history. As well as the ultra-left and ultra-right, we in the ICS also have face a good deal of sheer ignorance of who Churchill was, which comes as a result of his not being taught in our schools, despite being the greatest Briton in our history. When the quizmaster Bradley Walsh asked a contestant on the show The Chase on ITV, who was the first Labour leader to win 3 general elections in a row, the contestant replied, Winston Churchill. Yet despite all this, Churchill's always in the news. When his Karsh picture was stolen from a Canadian hotel and then reappeared a few weeks later, it was news. When Rachel Reeves, the new British Chancellor of the Exchequer, tried to remove a 100-year-old urinal in her Treasury bathroom, it was stopped, partly on the grounds that it cost £8,000 to do so, and partly because Winston Churchill had used it. When Harrow School controversially opened a new satellite school in China, it was referred to as Churchill's alma mater. When Just Stop Oil chose 30 out of the National Trust's hundreds of properties to stage an anti-Barclays Bank protest in August, Churchill was one of them, despite having no connection to Barclays Bank. Churchill is also part of British soft power. In the summer, the American philanthropist Shannon Spector donated Churchill's Victory Jug, given by the cabinet at the time of El Alamein, to the British nation. Which other long-dead prime minister would the US ambassador honour at Winfield House in this way? Meanwhile, in Canada, Calgary has erected a splendid statue to Churchill in a magnificent inversion of the anti-Churchill zeitgeist. And of course, tomorrow we'll be witnessing another superb statue being unveiled to him at Blenheim. And on the 4th of December, Netflix will be airing their new 4-part documentary on Churchill, starring George W. Bush, Boris Johnson, Barack Obama, and me. Fine books continue to be written about Churchill. At this conference, we've already been hearing from authors of several of them, and there are going to be more. However, there's no need, I think, for another full-scale, single-volume cradle-to-the-grave biography for him for at least another decade or so. Occasionally, speeches are discovered that are not in the lexicon, such as Churchill's long-forgotten Olympic Games speech delivered at the Mansion House in July 1923, which Alan Packwood found and which is not in Martin Gilbert's official biography or Robert Rose James' collected speeches. In it, Churchill states, "We must be in a position to make sure that when our country competes in the Olympic Games, real native merit shall not be excluded from our representation because those who prove that merit are poor." Here is the perfect example of the concept that animated his domestic policy agenda more than any other, noblesse oblige. It's a rare moment to find a new Churchill speech, but perhaps, and I admit this is a big perhaps, artificial intelligence might one day help us to delve further into the mind of the great man. As well as the excellent work done by the Churchill Archives and International Churchill Society in defending Churchill's reputation and legacy, there are others who are willing to break a lance or two for him. Richard Cohen has set up the excellent Winston Churchill page on Facebook, which now boasts over 23,000 members. It's interesting to learn where they come from. Over 7,000 from Britain and 3,000 from America and 1,000 from Canada, as one might have expected. But over 800 from Vietnam, 600 from Brazil, nearly 500 from India, for example. The redoubtable Richard Langworth, Senior Fellow of the excellent Churchill Project at Hillsdale College, Michigan, which has spent millions of dollars, by the way, publishing the Churchill documents, has a rapid response unit that counters the lies and distortions that are told about Churchill, often within hours of their appearing. When a new story appears of Churchill's supposed perfidy, something fresh that's intended to detract from his legacy, the important thing is to stay objective and go back to the sources to discover the truth, which, as the Channel 4 incident shows, is often categorically different from that alleged. Churchill's admirers are the first to admit that their hero made lots of mistakes in his career, spanning 6 decades in the House of Commons. Indeed, as he told Clementine in 1916, "I should have made nothing if I had not made mistakes." Yet there is a difference between making a mistake and doing something dishonourable. And for all that Churchill made 5 or 6 major mistakes in his life, such as over the abdication crisis, the gold standard, female suffrage, the black and tans, the Dardanelles and so on, he always marched in the ranks of honour. No Churchill admirer denies he made mistakes, but he also spotted the 3 greatest threats to world freedom, from Wilhelmine militarism, Nazi aggression, and Soviet tyranny, and he warned the world about them early, loudly, and long, and often almost alone. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the granite of his legacy, against which his mistakes weigh as feathers on the scale. One's tempted to quote Lepidus in Antony and Cleopatra, who says of Mark Antony, "His faults in him seem like the spots of heaven, more fiery by night's blackness." The other vital thing to do when considering attacks on Churchill is to remember that the past is another country. The assumption of Churchill and the vast majority of his friends, family and colleagues was that the best way to make the world a better place was to widen and deepen the British family of nations in the Empire and Commonwealth. Today that is taught in our schools and universities as being an evil thing, although I myself cannot think it so. It was a noble aspiration that actuated imperialists such as Churchill, as well as Lords Curzon, Cromer and Kitchener, as well as millions of decent Britons who would not have otherwise devoted their working lives to the empire as doctors, missionaries, tea planters, explorers, magistrates, soldiers and so on. Tariq Ali equates Lord Cromer to a Nazi, but to write off such Britons, often of strong Christian faith and high ethics and morals, as mere blood-stained exploiters and murderers is nothing more than foul Marxist propaganda. Whether you think of the British Empire and its servants positively or negatively, it is simply intellectually dishonest not to think of them in their proper historical context. Churchill put this thought best when, in his funeral oration to Neville Chamberlain at Westminster Abbey in November 1940, he said, in one phase, speaking of history, in one phase men seem to have been right, in another they seem to have been wrong. Then again, a few years later, when the perspective of time has lengthened, all stands in a different setting. There is a new proportion. There is another scale of values. Why is it so hard for the woke to understand this? Because it might undermine their invincible self-regard in thinking that their values represent the pinnacle of world civilization, because they think human history is merely a morality tale in which everything is in black and white, like an old movie, rather than the glorious technicolor of real life. Or, which is my own belief, that they haven't thought it through and want to draw attention to themselves and shock and dismay people regardless of the logic of their position. Writing in the Times Literary Supplement recently, Professor Nick Enfield of Sydney University's Humanities School, reviewing a book on anthropology, made the profound point that it is true that some aspects of the work of last century's anthropologists would be critiqued in today's moral landscape, but the harshness and certitude of such critique should surely be tempered by the knowledge that we too operate in a world that our descendants will find objectionable and unjust in many ways we cannot contemplate. In the future, ladies and gentlemen, people will condemn us for things that we can hardly guess at today, such as for allowing 9-year-olds to have mobile phones. You'll doubtless have your own examples, but the fact is that we just don't know what future ages will judge us for. If anyone is reading this speech in 100 years' time and seeking to judge me for my views, I would respectively like to give them this message. Damn your arrogance. I don't care a fig what you think. How dare you impertinently apply your morals and ethics to me when I've no way whatever of knowing what yours are? It's mere chronological chauvinism. In a sense, if we can no longer recognize Churchill's greatness, we make ourselves smaller while belittling the meaning of greatness itself. As the great late Geoffrey Best put it in the epilogue to his book, Churchill, A Study in Greatness, by the time Churchill died, Britain was fast turning into a land in which such a man as he was never again to find room to flourish, with a popular culture increasingly inimical to his values, and likely, therefore, not to notice or properly appreciate his achievements. We're diminished if, admitting Churchill's failings and failures, we can no longer appreciate his virtues and victories. What is it? If all we can do in our own time is concentrate on our hero's clay feet, to project our own smallness and paucity of ambition onto the past, is there really no place for greatness in human affairs any longer? When David Scarpa, the screenwriter of Ridley Scott's movie Napoleon, terrible movie, by the way, was asked about how to make a film about a great person, he replied, "How are we going to do this? Are we going to do a traditional prestige picture? It struck me that it's almost impossible to make that kind of movie any longer, like Lawrence of Arabia or Gandhi. Those are great movies, but the time for that kind of thing is pretty much ended." By the way, Ridley Scott himself, when told of the criticisms that historians were making of his movie, replied, "Effing historians, what do they know? They weren't there, were they?" It always gives me pleasure, that one. The time, ladies and gentlemen, for great men and women in history was not pretty much ended. And the movie Darkest Hour, which has burnished Churchill's reputation for a new generation, has shown that Mr. Scarpa is wrong to think that greatness cannot be depicted on the silver screen. If we reclaim history, we can at least make an attempt, in Churchill's words, to kindle with pale gleams the passion of former days. As for Churchill himself, his detractors have signally failed to prevent him taking his place in history's pantheon. At this, the time of his 150th birthday, we can confidently state that he is already up there on his celestial pedestal, alongside the giants he himself so admired, such as Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Alfred the Great, Napoleon, and Abraham Lincoln. And for his detractors, as for them, the petty, the pedantic, the politically prejudiced, to quote Ozymandias again, the lone and level sands stretch far away. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you from both of us, from the ICS, from everyone here. A wonderful talk, a little token of our appreciation.
Wonderful. Thank
Well, that concludes the sessions today. And what a day. Entertaining, thought-provoking. I hope that those of you who have never been to a conference before will undoubtedly join our society without further delay. And if you do, you will then benefit from a special edition of our magazine, Finest Hour, which will be celebrating this conference. This evening, of course, we've got Lancaster House. Please be in the lobby of the hotel at Park Lane exit no later than 5:20. Coaches will return from Lancaster House at 8 p.m. And that concludes today. Thank you very much.